Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we're going to be playing some Valheim. And I do believe that we were going to... Oh... Was it time to start with the Way to Narrow navigation project? I think maybe. Maybe there was something else to do first. I don't remember. I should probably go collect wood first instead and work on the bridge. As in get the bridge as completed as it's possible to be. But at the same time, I don't want to do that. I kind of almost want to just leave the bridge in the state it's in until I have the materials to improve it. So I think we might just leave the bridge alone for now. But that means at a minimum I should go replant my carrots. Harvest the honey. I do not have... do not have the cultivator on me, so we'll grab that real quick. Hello, survey. Welcome here. You know, I should have looked for a mod that auto replants. In this case, it doesn't matter because I wouldn't have the stuff to replant the seed carrots anyway, but later on, once I get the full thing planted, it would be very helpful for an auto replant mod, so I don't have to try to take forever and a day to replant this shit. I'm pretty sure I used to have one back in the day, but oh well. Now, carrot. Oh, here, wait. Before we go planting more carrots, let's harvest the existing carrots. And let's plant seed carrots first. Don't have that many of them to plant, but anyway. I think once I'm done planting carrots, then we're going to go work on the Way to Narrow River navigation project. And I think for that I'm going to actually sail the carve out there, so I have a example boat on hand. And I can tell where I actually need to widen things easily. Instead of just winging it and hoping I get it about right. Got a lot of seeds left. I have a lot of carrots planted. Which is good, because the more seeds, more carrots I have planted, the less I'll have to come back and replant carrots, even after I start using them. We're out of carrot seeds. Okay. That's good. Let's repair the cultivator. Repair the rest of our tools. I'm going to want to do as much weight reduction to my inventory as I can, so you can carry lots of stone. That's the other reason to bring the carve, is we can put stone in the carves. What do I call it? Cargo storage. Okay, leave the cultivator at home. The rest of this we'll leave alone. We've got a decent amount of food. Well, let's go get the carve and let's get going, I guess. I should bring a bit of wood along, actually. Because we're going to want to build... Yeah, we'll bring one stack of wood along. That way I can bring... that way I can build a repair hut somewhere along the line. If I start doing a lot of cutting. Because we're not going to want to sail back to the house every single time I break a pickaxe. There's not much room in this world, but... I'm going to see if I can turn this thing around in here easily. Yeah, looks like I can. Okay. That actually worked better than I thought it would. Probably faster just to back all the way out, though, to be perfectly honest. Steer around the rocks. I should make a bit of an effort to remove a couple of those rocks, but... Alright. And actually, we're not going to go set off right now because it is sundown already. So we're going to instead get high-centered on a rock. Actually, is it high-centered on a log? It looks like it's high-centered on a log, okay. Instead, we're going to back up the river a little bit. We're going to park the boat on the shore and sleep and then get back in the boat. Set sail in the morning. We'll just go ahead and park it right at the mouth of the of Beach Creek. Okay. I might end up putting a little dock out there. Not like right there, but probably at the other end of the path here. Specifically for future use. Particularly if we end up widening the river enough that I can fit the longboat down it. From either side. Although that is a distant future type project, not a now project. If I end up raising the bridge and widening the river, because that side of the river is wide enough for the car, but it's not wide enough for a longboat, I bet. Okay. Oh, little battery guy. Welcome here. Sailing directly into the wind, so we're going to row the whole way, which I say the whole way, but we don't actually have very far to go. The river gets pretty narrow pretty fast, so we're going to have to stop and start widening. And the curve is reasonably fast under oars, so it's not going to take us long to get there. Okay. Pond scum on the surface means it's kind of shallow there, so we'll just avoid that best we can. Yeah, you can already see how the terrain rises up steeply on both sides of the river here. It's almost surprising that it generated a river through here. Because it got steep terrain on both ends of the river. And then there's just a little valley in between that has a relatively wide spot in it. Well, that neck got shreked. I'm not going to jump out and grab his tail, it's not worth it. Could you stop running into my boat? I mean, they do negligible damage, but still. There's a ton of necks right there. Chicken, I'll take it. Looks like it is a great orf, maybe? Could be a 1-star with that skin coloration. That or it might just be a grayling. Okay, here's our first little bit of widening we have to do. Well, I actually didn't see that rock, but that rock also has to be removed. Grayling, okay. This rock real quick. There's another rock in front of the boat that's got to go. As long as we're only interested in getting the carb through here, then come on. Also, these graylings are going to be annoying in a hurry, I can tell. There is a rock there, but or a stub of a rock left, I guess. I'm not sure if it's deep enough to not matter. I can kind of stand on it. Get away from my damn boat. Neck is attacking my boat. Oh, come on. Come on. The very slight swells here are just enough to pick me up off the rock I'm standing on. And I can't quite hit it. No, you... There we go. There we go. Took care of that. Okay, no more rock there to get hit on. Get hit on? Whatever, you know what I mean. Alright. Let's get back in the boat. It's actually pretty deep here. It's deeper than I thought it was. But it is quite narrow. We're definitely not going to be able to go the longboat down through here without some serious widening. Which is fine. I don't really intend to get a longboat down here. Okay, I'm going to cut this little stick out bit here. Cut it back some. Just a little bit, not much. It'll make it slightly easier to navigate. That rock there should be fine as far as driving over it goes. This rock's got to go, though. And we probably need to cut some more out of the middle of this, too. I'm going to try to cut as little as possible out of here, because I like the reeds on either side, and I don't want to remove them if I can avoid it. So I like to cut a minimum width trail through the middle. Okay, well, that miss-hit pickaxe was probably like 80% of the work we're going to have to do here to widen this up. Just a little bit farther. There we go. That should do it. Okay. We can probably fit the carb through that. Let's find out. Also, I'm going to go ahead and widen this out a little bit so I got more maneuvering room when I come back through here. It'll make it easier to hit the approach to that narrow bit. That's good. Okay, right here, these two this doesn't need to be deepened any, but I'm going to anyway because I want this to be wider. Be deep enough. The reason I want to widen this out is because it'll just make it so much more comfortable to sail through here. Well, I say sail, but there will be no sailing through here. realistically. Alright. And while I'd like to preserve these reeds, it's just not going to happen. I wonder if there's a mod that lets you use the cultivator to place reeds. Because that would be cool. The car was pretty shallow draft, so this is likely deep enough already, but yeah, that's almost certainly deep enough. Okay. There's a neck who's about to get run over up ahead of us. Unless he gets his ass out of the way. Yeah, maybe we'll miss him. Okay. Alright. Here's a bit I'm probably going to have to widen. That rock is sketchy. Yeah, I'm going to remove that rock. Also, the bit ahead of us needs to be cleared. Cut this back a little bit. Just make it nicer to sail through. This narrow little bit can be left, but I'm going to cut away this bit here. Push it back a little. Oh, we broke our pickaxe. Okay. Well, that means we need to we either need to go back to the house, which is not going to happen, or we need to ban a Twitch bot. Or we need to build a minimalist building. I need to grab the materials out of the boat. Put a stack of stone in there. Okay. Boom. Now, let's see if we can make this as small as possible. Probably going to leave this here for no particular reason other than that I can. Okay. That that should be enough of a hut that we're allowed to use that for building. Indeed it is. I'm going to make one little alteration to it. And then I'll stick a post underneath this corner so it looks less unsupported. And that corner as well. Okay. Now, back to what I was working on. I'd really like to keep these, but I also want this to be a little deeper, so they gotta go, unfortunately. Alright, that looks like it's gonna be deep enough now. This rock's gonna go... Okay. This little nub of rock can go as well, because we're not going to leave it behind. Doesn't serve any purpose to leave bits of rock on the bottom. Okay. We might remove that rock. I think we're gonna have to, actually. Actually, this is just straight up terrain. That is a 3-star pike. Interesting. Just hovering in the air. Should be deep enough. This next bit here, I am going to widen this some more. As much as I hate giving up the it doesn't need to be wider, but I want it to be wider. Also, it's going to be dark soon. We should probably sail back to the house. But there's no room to turn around, so we'll have to back out the whole way if we do that. Okay, we're not even halfway. Before we get too far away, let's head back to the repair tool thing. The tool repair thing. Get that fixed up. At some point, it probably wouldn't hurt to lay out a road along the bank too, so we can run if we need to. So far it's not been too bad, but I think it gets worse up ahead. They have been stopping a lot though. Like technically this doesn't need anything done to it, but yeah. I'm gonna widen down anyway. I want this to be nice to navigate, not barely plausible. Good enough. Let's keep going forward. It's interesting the way the terrain generation works. You can definitely see there's some amount of, or some kind of, either RNG bias or just the way the grid works. That causes there to be lines in the world. It's probably just the way the grid works, because RNG bias would be more noticeable in other areas. You would think. But anyway. Over a neck. Sadly, it didn't kill it. Ooh, wait, is that copper? That looks like it's a copper rock. Because you can see the glistens on it that a copper rock would have. Okay, we might be digging that out. Yeah, it's a copper deposit. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm stuck. There we go. Not actually trying to cut this down at all yet. I'm just trying to flatten it a little bit so it has some place to stand. Yeah, because we're gonna have a copper mine here for sure. So this might be a cool place to build too. Relatively inaccessible. And obviously it's accessible from above, but interestingly, this seems to be considered meadows. Okay. The real trick would be if we can dig out that end of the copper. So I'd like to try to dig the copper deposit out so the whole thing is unsupported and we can break it all in one go. But get rid of that bush. When the pickaxe breaks, I'm going to go back and tear down that repair hut we made and bring it up here and rebuild it. don't have quite enough wood to build another one of those. I could build a slightly simpler one, I think, but... yeah, anyway. I think the copper deposit's gonna have to go. Like, not... I want to get rid of it anyway, because I want to get through there, but... or, you know, because I want the copper. But I think it's going to have to go so we can get through. Because you can see it sticks out pretty far. So we'll likely build some scaffolding around it. Yeah. Once that's cut out, the river should be pretty navigatable just by itself. Obviously, we'll cut this rock out first. Okay. Hello. How are you? Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Fire Arrow? Oh, come on. There we go. There's a great old fruit. I'd really rather not be around that right now. Thank you! Ow. I'm out of arrows. Hey, why are you allowed to attack in the water when I can't? Bastard. Okay, this is levels of bullshit that should not be allowed. Nope. Piece of shit. Oh well, now we're double screwed. Here's another one. Or is that the same one? I think that's the same one. Alright, well he appears to be stuck over there. They're attacking my boat. Those rotten bastards. Are attacking my boat. Get away. I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. Got another pike. Just a 1-star this time. All right. World save, which I believe means morning in this case. I really need arrows. Listen here, you neck piece of shit. That's what I thought. Alright, I need to go repair my tools. I should also repair the boat. Am I stuck on something? Don't hit the boat, you idiot. Okay. We're going to back up to the tool shed. We're going to repair the boat, repair the pickaxe, then we're going to tear both the tool shed. We're going to tear the tool shed down. Then we're going to sail back forward. And rebuild the tool shed up by the rock. That stupid neck is destroying my ship. Okay. Repair boat. Damn it. Oh, come on. I built it over there earlier. I know it can go there. There we go. Now. So grab that neck tail. And sail back up to where the copper rock is. I'd like to build a little sleeping area and everything else there, because we're going to probably be there for a while. And it's far enough away from the base, it's going to be hard to go back to the base every night. If you stay awake every night, then we're going to be attacked in this little area where we don't have any room to maneuver. Which is obviously far from ideal. Okay. If I do any building here, I'm going to have to do it on less than perfect terrain for sure. Okay. Oh, I left all the wood in the boat. That's why. I really do need to go get arrows, so I'm going to do this. wood. This should just be a... Oh, that's actually a grey dwarf. Okay. We must be very close to Black Forest. I mean, obviously, because there's copper here, but... Stop deselecting my weapon, damn it. Fighting in waist-deep water. Not a great experience for anyone, except the Grey Dwarves, apparently, because they can seem to do it without any real effort. Alright, that goes there, so I have something to work with. And then let's put a platform up there. No. There we go. Damn it. Stop it with the stupid deselecting my tools. Okay. This will allow us to get up here at least. Gotta be careful not to spend too much of our wood on this. Otherwise we won't be able to repair the hammer if it breaks. And that's not a situation anyone wants to be in. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. This rock here can go. Stop. Oh, the tool broke. Okay. That's fine. I can fix that easily. That is, after all, what we just built this for. Although I didn't put a roof on it yet. I'm not sure why. Boom. Okay, stuff repaired. Now I'd like to have a little sleeping area in here as well, but we'll work on that in a bit. For now, I want to improve the area at the bottom of the stairs, the boat landing area. Well, it's going to be a future boat landing area. Beautiful. I didn't mean to bring that up quite that high, but... Okay. That's just above the lowest point of water there. It gives us a nice little landing spot to get out of the boat. And we can head up here, repair our tools. And then from here, get up on top of this copper rock for the mining process. Lovely. Now, I don't have a whole lot of wood left. Just unfortunate because I really wanted to put in a sleeping area. We could go chop down some of those trees and let them roll down the hill. And then chop them up down here and use them to build beds. I want to uncover the edges of the copper rock if I can. The problem is you can only dig down so far, and how far down you can dig is a function of how far below the default surface you are. So with it being stuck on the side of a cliff like this, there's no way we're going to be able to uncover the whole thing. Much less dig the whole thing out. But we'll see how far we can push this back. Maybe we can. Alright, we need to stop screwing around with this though, and cut wood. If I'm going to have a bed for the night, doesn't really matter where I build it. But I need more wood for that, for sure. I kind of want this to roll downhill, because it will surely take a ton of damage smacking into everything on the way down. And hopefully break itself apart. But it doesn't seem that cooperative, so. Alright. Sleeping quarters. We should probably put them lower down. There's more fish. Should I go ahead and open that up? And then we can chop this down a little bit. We have enough room to put in a little pot of sorts. Without too much work. Okay. Now. 3x2 like so. And then we'll worry about decoratives later. Okay. We don't have enough wood to build a bed yet. So we'll definitely have to cut some more of that. Okay, we need to go get some more wood. Before it gets too dark. Come on. Regenerate my stamina, damn it. It's raining! Yay! That's definitely real excitement. And not me being annoyed because now I'm wet and my stamina's gonna take forever to regenerate. Which I'm not sure what all the effects of the wet debuff are. This fir tree should be hopefully enough to build a bed and a variety of other useful things. Okay, the fact that I heard that splash into the water is likely an indicator of trouble. I don't know if I can easily get in and out of this one, but there we go. Okay. Damn it. Regenerate my stamina and get out of there. Okay, there we go. Getting out of here is going to be a pain in the butt. I have to go out the other side. This is too steep to go over top of, I'm pretty sure. And we gotta keep my stamina up, because if I don't, then if I end up swimming at all, we're gonna take damage. The fastest way to get out of here is jumping, and that takes a ton of stamina. I kind of half remember that there was something you could do that some kind of thing you could make or something maybe that made it easy to train jumping super fast. Probably thinking of a different game though. Remember how I said that there's sections of this area that where the water is actually broken? There's actually no connection through. Oh, there's some tin. Well, here's one of them. It's so shallow right here that there is just a little ridge line of dirt across the middle. There's another one there. Pretty sure it gets worse from here. Certainly doesn't get any better. Not for a while. Oh, the fire's out because it's not roofed. That's exciting. Oh wait, it just stopped raining. Hell yeah. I'll take those. Now. There are enemies nearby. Just let me sleep, damn it. Neck. I'm going to need you to die, okay? There are enemies nearby. I can't see any. Come on. Where'd they go? There's a grayling. Okay. Come on, you're a big, brave, scary grayling. Stop running away, damn it. Man, it sure would be nice to have some arrows. Oh, come on. There we go. We ran far enough away finally. So I don't like those sounds I hear beside me. My boat better be fine. Run away, you piece of shit. Okay, the boat's fine. It was just making concerning noises for no reason. Now, I should probably actually take the time to make a proper fireplace on this thing and some things like that so I can sleep in here even when it's raining. This little hut doesn't have eaves, but that's fine. It'll have to just live without him for now. I'm going to leave this rock wall here. That's fine. No. We definitely need more wood. Which I'll have to get from somewhere. I don't have enough room to put a new fireplace down. That's going to go right there anyway. Begin to see the vision, maybe. Not sure about this roof. I'll have to think about it. I kind of want a fancier roof. Roofs are where a lot of the... I don't know what you want to call it. They're one of the most visible parts of the outside of a building. In particular, in a small building, the roof can have a lot of influence on how the interior feels too. How you handle the ceiling and such like. Whether it feels spacious or, well, not. Gotta be careful how much wood I use though, because I don't want to have to go back and repair my axe. We'll get another couple trees if I can. A little more exciting than I had originally intended. A lot more exciting than I had originally intended. Also, our inventory's full, so see if we can push that down the hill to deal with later. Probably not going to go, but come on, roll, damn you. That's going to go right into that same groove the other one was in. Oh well. I can live with that, I suppose. Let's go back down the hill and build a few storage stacks. Where did that log actually end up? I think it ended up farther down the stream than I thought it did. It did still end up in that little chasm though. No, that's fine. We'll leave it there for now. There we go. We might as well get the fine wood that we cut down up here. Don't know what I'll use it for yet, but if I have a use for fine wood, then we'll have some on hand. We are kind of short on fine wood back at the base too, so maybe build some furniture with it or something. Okay. Now, we might as well head downhill and grab that other log. Then we can get back to work. Got enough axe left. We can probably cut a few more trees. Of course, I'm out of carry weight now. I don't want to drop any of the things that are currently on me. So I guess we'll just leave the wood here and come back and get it if I need it. Okay. I wonder what my jump level is. No! Damn it. I knew as soon as I jumped that it was just a little bit short. I wonder if I can just cut a gap out this side, actually. I should be able to. I'm going to need to anyway eventually. Okay. Now, back to what I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted by the lack of wood. Yesterday I was talking about how a survival crafting game needs to give you a reason to build things. And while it can be a pretty thin reason, you still have to have it. Another important thing is that a good survival crafting game needs to let's see, how do I want to build this? I think I actually... Okay, I've got an interesting idea here that may or may not. Good. Actually, I think this is gonna look cool. It's gonna have eaves even. Sort of. Partially. But I can fix it up a little bit to give it full eaves, no problem. We'll just have to do a little bit of overlapping shenaniganry. Which is definitely not a big deal. It's Valheim after all, you can overlap things freely and they look good when you do it. Yeah, right there you can see a bit of Z fighting, but only on the hover. Well, actually you can kind of see some Z fighting normally too. Usually you can not really make it out when that happens. Okay, now you snap there, and then this I think needs to go on top of a half wall. Yeah, this is a cool house for all of its tiny size. Maybe because of its tiny size. Okay. No, okay, that 6 up way too high. And that doesn't stick up quite enough. Interesting. How did that end up being off by that much? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. I see what's going on. This wants to be right there, like that. Which is fine. I'm okay with that. I think I'm going to leave the front of the building open partially. That's got to go. We need to use a quarter wall piece there. And then we use that in there. And overlap it with that piece. Give us just exactly the right... Oh, come on, I had it for a second there. There we go. There, the end wall's done. Now we gotta do something about the top of the chimney so it doesn't rain in on top of it. Oh, come on. Beautiful. Now. Can't see shit. Okay, that looks good. I wish I had a half length 26-degree beam. And a half length 45-degree beam. I think that went where I wanted it to. It's gonna be night real soon, so I'm gonna have to sleep. I do have a way to get a half-length beam. Yeah, okay, we need to sleep. Okay. Could you stop making concerning noises, ship? It's in perfect condition, but man, it doesn't sound like it. Okay, that beam's gotta go. There, now we have a way to get up on the roof. Actually, this will work better, I think. Get a little more of a defined edge. And then you, I'm pretty sure that went in where I wanted it. Okay. Vibrating is nasty. Hardly see what I'm placing things. Okay, that corner of the chimney's in. Place the rest of it from inside. Okay. Do quite nicely. Then snap that on there. Our hammer's broke, but that's fine. We can go repair that quite easily over here. Our little hut by the new dig site is finished. At least partially finished. That's what passes for a table around here? Okay. Put a table against the wall. We need a little tiny bit more fine wood if you actually want to put a bench in. Or some core wood if we want a log. Go ahead and put it. No, I don't want that on the table. If I went and found a dandelion, you could build a flower garland across the entranceway here. That would be kind of cool, I suppose. Or we could put it against the back wall, which would look even cooler. That probably would give at least one more comfort. And it shouldn't be hard to find a dandelion. There's enough necks around here we can easily collect and cook food at the new house. Jump level 16. Oh wait, was that just overall level? Jump level 27, okay. I'm not sure what the overall levels do. Or if they're even really a thing. Okay, dandelions show up. I can't remember if you can find them in meadow or if they're... There's one. Alright. We definitely put way too much effort into... Actually, I do want some fine wood. So we'll cut down another tree. I should have plenty of axe strength for that. I'm not sure if axe durability is based off of damage dealt, or if it's based on how many times you've swung it. Like if it's based on how many hits you've done, or how many swings. Because if it's based on hits, then trying to hit more than one log with one swing is still efficient for reasons of time, but it won't save axe durability. Whereas if it's based on number of swings you've done, then that's a different story. Better make sure that doesn't stick out the bag. Okay, doesn't seem to. I want that there. Okay. This place is already more comfortable than our main house, which is funny, but now shelves. Throw a small one there. Boom. Yeah, no. Okay. Now we have a place we can store the fish we've been collecting. Put a little cooking rack here by the front. It makes sense to build a forge around here somewhere so I can repair metal tools, but that seems like more work than I want to do right now. Okay, what other decoration can I do to this place? We could improve the door frame a little bit. I don't really know if that's improved, though, is the problem. I don't really like that. I liked it better being more open. If I do this, it's going to stick up, isn't it? No, maybe not, actually. No, it doesn't stick up because of, well, I mean, it does a little bit, but not enough that you can tell what's going on. So we can do that and get a much nicer looking entrance. I don't like where that flower garland is now, though. So I'll put it back where it originally belonged. On the back wall. Okay, could you not just randomly swap around however you feel like? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Now, we don't need a torch, really. Not in here, anyway. Although I'm going to stick one out here. I'm going to leave this here so I can get up on the roof if I need to. That is occasionally a useful thing to be able to do. In general, I rather like the way this place looks now. Now, let's see if we can fix this up so it looks a little bit less precarious. That's lovely. Now, let's attach this to the cliffside. I'm out of wood. I'm gonna need 4 more wood, I think, to finish what I want to do here. Something like that. Well, I think we left a bunch of wood down in this little chasm. Ow. Hoping we would land in water and not take a ton of damage, but... Oh, is this wood all disappeared since I left it here? Or was it farther around than I thought? Oh, it's farther around. Okay. There's a gray dwarf here. Not for long, there won't be. There we go. Hey, it's free wood. That should be plenty of wood to finish up the edge of that. Ow. Okay, there's multiple of them over there. I think we'll just go back this way. After all, I took the time to make a cut through here so we can get out on this side. We might as well use it. We might as well use it. Otherwise, why did I bother? Okay. Put that on, and then we take a short beam. Snap it on there. Don't know if that's going to provide enough visual to look good. Yeah, that's got to be a tall beam. That side you can't see it. That's fine. And we're 2 wood short. Damn it. Thought those should commonly be 1 wood. They do apparently, but not when you hit them with that. Alright, whatever. We've got the wood we need. Boom. Alright, that looks much more like it was actually built there intentionally. I could put another beam here, and I probably should put one on each corner. That would make it look even more framed in. Run around in this for a few seconds and grab random roots. That'll give me enough wood. 1 more. There we go. Okay. Boom, snap that on. Make that corner look a little more substantial. I am actually going to want more wood than what I've got, even so. Because I'm going to want to put something at the top of these stairs, probably. Unless... I might actually want to curve the stairs up there a little bit. To remember correctly, you can do with these, and it doesn't look completely ass. Yeah, that works. And that gets us onto this little cut ledge here. I still would like to put a small piece of quarter floor there, but we don't need it. And it's about night again. How many days have we wasted building a little house here instead of just mining the copper out? I don't know, let's not talk about it. The concerning noises our boat makes every time is concerning. Oh well. Let's repair our tools. And then let's get started with the reason why we actually came here in the first place. Which is not actually mining out this copper, but it is widening the river. I might not actually mine out the whole copper thing. Because as much as I need copper, there's more convenient places to mine it. I think instead I'm going to break off this edge. Breaking off this edge should allow us to navigate through here, and that'll be the main mission completed. Main mission completed, while notably still leaving a big hunk of copper next to our cool copper mining building. Nobody ever said I couldn't be inefficient for aesthetic reasons. Grey Dwarf. You could just not, you know? It's really just not very hard to not do that. Okay, let's go store the copper and stone in the storage container I have over here. As far as stone goes, I actually kind of want to continue to fill some of this in to provide a better walkable path through here. Yeah, there we go. After all, at least half of the point to doing this is to look cool. Should be a thematically cool location. That'll serve as a place to stop and repair tools and otherwise take care of anything else I might need to do along the way. Oh yeah, I was going to go store that stone and stuff I got in the chest. That is in the building here. That is, after all, part of why we put it here, so I could do this. Okay, now, back to mining. We don't actually need to remove much more of this. Oh, fine, whatever. Let's get up on top so I can actually see what I'm trying to cut. Okay. We're gonna get quite a bit of copper off this without having to mine the whole thing out. And there's tin around here too, which just makes it even juicier. How much weight do I have on right now? Not that much, actually. It's actually, is that stone or is that tin? It looks almost like it might be tin, but I think it's stone. It's just the water making it look shiny. Alright, let's repair our pickaxe. And we'll continue cutting down from above. Okay, that's definitely tin. That tool. This tool. Beautiful. Lop that off perfectly. Now we just got a few more bits of rock over here. That I'm going to have to cut from above. Let me add a bit more depth in this area. Push this wall back some. That way I won't have to remove quite as much copper rock or ground underneath copper rock. For all as nice as it is to mine copper, it's not actually why we're here. Okay. Pull that off a bit. And I'm going to cut this out. And then we should be able to sail through here without much effort. I think I might cut a little bit there too. I don't think I need to, but make it easier to steer. Get a little more leeway. Okay, let's get that last little nub of rock off, which has to be removed from above. And then I think we're done here for now. Okay. I don't want to fall off. And we're certainly going to fall when that breaks. There we go. No, don't. Whatever. There we go. No, don't fall. There we go. Beautiful. Now just lift this off from below, and it should look pretty decent. I might remove that tin rock too. Well, I'm definitely going to remove this tin rock too. I'm going to widen this out a little bit. Oh, pickaxe broke. Okay. Well, we're about ready to sail through here and continue on down the road. I think it's deep enough here, but I think it's wide enough. There's more tin back in there. This can definitely use some deepening and widening. Alright. The next narrow spot's at the other end of this gap, I think. I do want to get up on top of this and bring it down just a little bit. So a better place to stand. And it's easier to get on top of it. See if I can make it a little less ass to walk through here. Okay. I thought I had some necktail. Did I put that in the boat or something? Oh, I put it in the chest here. Okay, let's cook the necktail. What do you mean I don't have a lit fire below the cooking station? There's one right there. Okay. Well, clearly it's not placed exactly the way it wants it to be. Move back a little bit. There we go. We'll cook the necktail. I'm going to leave the metal ore in here for now. It's actually a lot of copper for no more time than I spent here. Okay, actually I spent a lot of time here, but oh well. Okay. We'll sleep for the night, and then we'll set off in the morning. That is a great orc fruit. Owie. My stamina! Screw you! I hate the Grey Dwarf brutes. They're such a pain in the butt. They're not too bad with arrows, but... There we go. Sure all that didn't take any damage during the battle. Make sure the boat's repaired. This is definitely too shallow right here. Don't hit the boat, you idiot. Okay. Let's go run over some necks. It's actually pretty nice and wide through here now. Not for long, though. Get wrecked. Ow. I'm gonna level this little ridge off a bit. I'm not actually gonna dig it down though. Just gonna kind of level it. And then right here I'm gonna dig down. This way we have a little bit of a spot to stand here. Okay. Get more tin ore. Don't know about you, but I will happily take all the tin ore I can get. Cut this back a little bit. That's nice. Just deepen it a little bit more here. We're going to have to go back and repair our pickaxe soon, but shouldn't be that big of a deal. Leave a little nub of flat ground there to give a place to recover from any swimming that may be required. Alright, now this got to be cut down for sure. Straightforward job here, I think. It's already pretty deep in the middle, so we just need to cut down the edges. Yeah, it's really bad through here. Then after we cut down this ridge, we're going to have to remove a rock and then another rock, it looks like. Maybe a little bit of widening between here and there. I don't think I'm ever going to make this area wide enough to bring a longboat through. It would just be too much work. Basically, we'd be cutting a canal the whole way. Well, it wouldn't be quite that bad, but I'm going to leave the boat here, and I'm just going to head back along the ridge line. Okay. I think I'm going to widen this a little bit more. Okay. We're going to leave the boat there for now. Get your fishy ass back here. I can't grab the fish because it's not actually on shore. Although I could probably fix that with a hoe pretty quickly. I'm not going to bother. Okay. Just cut this down a little bit. The Carve is not exactly a deep draft vehicle. Cut this tin nut deposit out. We gotta remove the rock behind me. I think we're ready to move on with this section. Well, not quite. We'll have to cut this lobe off here too. By the time we cut this lobe off and cut this rock out, it'll be time to go back and repair tools again. Probably. Is that all of it? Looks like it. Alright. I'll just cut this back a little bit. Push the bank back, straighten it out a little. deepen the area between. And then do the same to the other side. More like canal building simulator. Well, I was planning to cut a lot more wood, and then we ended up building the canal instead. Although technically we're not building a canal. This is the Waitanaro River Navigability Project. We're dredging. Oh, pickaxe broke. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's go back and repair the pickaxe, obviously, and then we'll bring the boat forward. We're actually getting pretty far down the river. We're probably at least halfway now. So yeah, like the boat's over here somewhere. And it is much more navigable in through here. And I need to actually put a marker here. We're just going to call that the copper mine, despite the fact that it's unlikely to ever mine any or more of that copper. You slime ball. I don't know if you actually did it or not, but I'm going to blame you for it. Because you deserve it. Somebody destroyed the cooking thing at the copper mine. Is it late enough that it's worth sleeping? Yeah, maybe. I am going to, while I'm thinking about it, add wooden stairs on the front of the building. Just to make it look a little bit nicer right there where you cross in. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay. Got a little table here we can sit at. We can cook if we had cookables. Okay, let's leave the ore behind for now. So we're actually almost done with this. Let's go up top. Then we're going to bring the boat ahead. Actually, I'm going to lop this off while I'm looking at it. Messed up the jump. I'd really rather you didn't, thank you. Bastard Grey Dwarves. Okay, a bunch of necks. We don't really care about necks. Where was I digging when I left off? It wasn't quite this far forward. I think it was right here. Here, get your Grey Dwarf ass over here so I can kick it. If I had arrows, I would kill you, but I ran out of them. And I have been too lazy to make more. Largely because I would want to go back to the house to make arrows, and it's a long ways away. Well, not really a long ways away, but... by the time I traveled there and back, it would take most of the day, probably. Sailing slowly up and then back down the river. Okay. Back to the boat. I'm going to cut this down a little bit. Come on, damn it. Get me up here. So if there's an easier way in and out of this inlet. Yeah, that's good. Alright, that rock there's gotta go. Wait. Okay, I don't have that much on me right now. It's too deep to easily get the stone off the bottom. Operative word, easily. We will still clear up most of the stone on the bottom. Better hold. Oh, I didn't actually need to hit that, but... it's fine. You piece of shit! You made me miss my target. With that, I'm just going to punch you. There we go. I was just going to take a little bit off right there, and he bashed me into the side and made me take out a lot more than I originally intended. Not that it's an issue, it's just that it took a little longer than I had originally planned because of him. Okay, stone's been cleared off the bottom. I think we're good to go get back in the boat. Being attacked by a neck. Who has definitely bit off more than he can chew. Or is trying to bite off more than he can chew anyway. That rock there, I believe we can just leave it. I could remove it. It would improve the river a little bit. But we don't need to. Oh, here's another large rock in the middle of the road. I think we can just sail past it. Yes, it's a bit tight, but we can do it. And here's the open ocean in front of us. Complete with lovely stormy waves. Just what everyone wants when they're sailing in rock-infested waters. However, it's only storming in the Black Forest biome, so when we sail out onto the ocean itself, things calm down. Alright, let's hook a loop, and let's sail back home. Also, we can't actually drop sails because we're out here in large enough area that we can do that. Although once we turn back into shore, we'll have to drop the sails again. Bah! One of the big things to keep in mind that makes sailing in a narrow river like this a lot easier is that it feels like you need to maneuver a lot more than you do. Even very tiny steering inputs can be plenty. Is that another copper rock? I think it is. It looks like it's glimmering, like a copper rock is. And if you do too large of steering inputs, then you're going to smack into the walls. Although you might didn't do that anyway. A little bit. I think that might be another copper rock too. I might need to build a, here, I gotta go check. Are these copper rocks? Yes, that is a copper deposit. Which means that one almost certainly is as well. Okay, we might end up building another little copper mine. Oh, wait, there's a third one. There. Those might be just normal stones, so there might be more copper uphill. I'm not sure if you can tell by looking at the LOD. Like if the LOD for the stone and the copper is different or not. I'm willing to bet or not. But this seems like a great place to mine copper in the future. I'll have to build another little copper mine here and probably run stairs up and down the slope, but once we've mined out that area where I already have a copper mine in the forest across from the house, I might come out here and build a proper copper mine. Sounds like fun. There's another neck who overestimated himself. He dropped a neck trophy, so let's stop and pick it up. If I can. It appears like it is too far down. Damn it. I could bring it up some. No, well, I could if I built a workbench. I'm not going to bother. It is not worth the time just to get a neck trophy and a neck tail. Neither is particularly valuable. Alright. Not sure if I expected that to go on longer or shorter. We definitely wasted plenty of time building the mine building here. That didn't have to be spent. But also, it made a relatively ordinary river widening operation much more interesting and provides a cool landmark along the way. If I ever have to widen this out more, like if I ever decide I want to get a longboat down here, we're taking the extra width needed out of that bank. Okay. Let's stop and grab stuff here. There's even more pike. Okay. Put some stone piles there, partially embedded into the shore. Gotta get some stuff out of our storage chest here. And then grab the metals. You can't jump while carrying metal. Okay. I mean, not while carrying metal specifically, but while carrying too much weight, you can't jump. So we'll have to take it in multiple trips. Okay. I'm gonna leave all the stone behind here. There's no point bringing a ton of stone along with us. Oh, I can just leave it stacked here instead and come back for it if I ever need stone. Okay. Is there anything else I want to grab out of this chest to bring with us? We'll leave the necktail, we'll leave the flint. I'm going to take the fish. Yeah, okay. Down the river we go, back to the house. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep the carve purely as a riverboat. And eventually I'll build a proper... There's a spot that got missed. I must have went over exactly in the middle or something last time. For a bit there, that pike was caught on ground and we probably could have grabbed it. I'd like to get the fishing rod at some point. There's a surprising number of fish out here. Now we're entering a much wider section of river. It's Neck Alley. I wonder if there's a mod that makes all items float. Because some items that don't float really should. For example, animal trophies should probably float. For example, I'm pretty sure the sea serpent trophy doesn't float, which makes it really hard to get. Anyway, ramming speed, yep. Squish them. If you don't get out of the way of the boat, I'm just gonna run you over. That is a pretty flippin' big pike. I did catch a three-star pike earlier. I wonder if this is another one. Oh, damn it. Let's give some stamina back. I really need to get the fishing rod, but I don't have any idea where the trader is. Yeah, it's night. Let's get back in the boat and get back to the house. We're unlikely to catch any fish on these banks anyway. We're almost back home. I'll go ahead and drop some sail. The wind's straight behind us, and we have a widening river. Of course, there are plenty of rocks and stuff on the bottom of the river here, so we probably shouldn't sail too hard. And it's dark, so I can't see shit. Okay, what was I just saying? Oh yes, rocks and stuff on the bottom. Okay, just up ahead is the entrance to the little, I call it a pond, but it's definitely not a pond. It's connected to the main river after all. Swamp. Where we keep the boat parked. The boat swamp. Which has rocks in it still. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna see if I could find a mod that let me replace pond scum after it was removed. But I'd like to deepen up the channel here and then re-add the reeds and stuff along the bank and generally scum it up in all the places where the boat isn't expected to go, so I know what areas are shallow and what are not. Because guaranteed during the process of deepening it, it will remove more than I want to remove, which is why I've been avoiding doing that. Okay. The torch's consuming material is just kinda, I don't know. I wish it didn't. Because if you're away from a particular building for a long time, you come back and everything is dark and you have to run around and find all your torches. That's always the big problem. You forget where you put half the torches. And you gotta run all over the place, try to find them all and light them. It's never a matter of resources, because you have so much resin that you don't know what to do with it all. It's just, you gotta run around and find them all and fix it. It's not a big deal, it's just, you have to do it. Oh, speaking of which, we can make bronze arrows now. I kind of want fire arrows. Okay, we've got arrows back. to cook some deer. Probably cook some neck too. I really need more chests. But anyway. Oh yeah, I gotta go get the metal out of the... what do I call it? Okay. Well, those look kind of cool, actually. Yeah, I don't have enough fine wood. I don't think I'd actually raise the comfort level anyway. We should go get more fine wood and build some actual furniture in this place. And then, like, build proper chest racks somewhere on the walls. And just generally clean up the placement of the crafting benches and stuff like that. Improve this place. This place could use a lot of improvement. Well, let's go get the stuff that's in the ship hold first. After I harvest the bees. Okay. Let's get back to the house. I also really want to reshape the roof. I just don't like the way it looks. So I kind of want to do the end walls a little taller, and then I want to do shallow to steep instead of steep to shallow. That'll make it look 100% less like a barn, while still retaining the more interesting appearance of having multiple angles on the roof. And I need to collect a lot of wood to make into charcoal to build. So I think that's the next project, is we're just going to go take the cart and we're going to collect all the wood we can get our hands on. Not sure where I'm going to woodcut, though. I might not take the cart. Okay. Gotta get these damn fish out of inventory. Okay. There is enough wood around that we can put in another chest. That can hold fish. It can also hold dead deer. This is going to be the meat chest for now. That way you have a meat chest or a plant chest. The plant chest can also contain those plants. Okay. Okay. Let's go check on the trees we planted up here a while ago. If this place is completely full of fully grown trees, oh yeah, it is. Well, I know where we're cutting wood then. Yeah. This would be a good place to cut trees. Nice and thick. Or replant them all after we cut them, of course. That way we can just keep cutting this area off. And hopefully if we start from the middle and work our way out, these trees falling will murder each other and it will save us a lot of work. In real life, of course, a falling tree getting caught on another tree was seen as very undesirable and an exceptionally dangerous situation. Which, to be fair, it is kind of a dangerous situation. Okay, if I cut this tree down, so let's cut this one down. Whoa! Watch out, the forest is exploding! Okay. That was a bunch of trees all at once. It was the intended result. Get logged in the face. Sadly, I didn't actually do much damage to him, but oh well. Let's continue removing stumps. Right now, I'm just going to cut everything down. I'm not too worried about making sure I only collect what I have inventory space for or anything like that. So I'm just hoping that there's massive carnage and the trees clean each other up as much as possible. look at all the damage they're doing to each other. All that's saved Axe durability. I was hoping that'd fall onto the other cluster of trees more. Whoa! Okay, there's the danger of doing what I'm doing. Namely, that falls on you instead. That was like 2/3 of our health. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't more. Have to go repair our axe real soon. As in right now. Okay, we've got a rather large amount of downed tree. Thought I was dead there. I kind of did too, honestly. They must have reduced tree damage at some point or something. That or I just got lucky. Okay. Repair that stuff. Repair that axe. And then let's go start stacking wood. Okay. How late is it? Not too late. We'll go grab more wood off the ground. Be more careful. There's a rather large amount of wood there that I didn't realize was broken. Ow, get away from me. Hey, look at the grayling, he's helping. I want to be on the other side of the wall, not on this side. There we go. Also, let's get rid of this stump before I forget about it. Yeah, you better run. We'll cut this one because it rolled down here and I don't feel like chasing it later. All right. Bunch of beech seeds right there. Murder the stumps. Alright, we're almost full up. So let's see if I can pop another stump here. And now we are full. Okay. Let's go back. Dump our stuff. Sleep for the night. Come back. Do more tree murder. Okay. I really like how resource storage works, where that you can build piles and they just store your stuff for you. Alright, I really need to harvest carrots. I just don't feel like it. While I'm thinking about this. Oh, wait. Oh, it says sometimes. Okay. Let's try that. Let's grab the cultivator. Where is it? There it is. Grass mode. Yeah, it's bullshit. Thought it was bullshit. I could have sworn I tested that. Screw you, random Steam user. Thought for sure there'd be a mod. Plant everything. I wonder, I know this allows you to plant mushrooms and stuff like that, which is useful. If it does allow you to replant, okay, you can replant raspberry bush, blueberry bush, cloudberry bush, mushrooms, yellow mushroom, blue mushroom, thistle, dandelion, smoke puffs, fidget head fern, ancient sapling, okay, small beech tree, small fir tree, small fruitless bush, small shrub, okay. It doesn't seem to actually add... the reeds. Okay. Let's use a couple different. That's vintage story. I know how to plant cattails there. Stumps regrow. That'd be an interesting mod. Why am I getting vintage story mods when I'm searching for Valheim? Plant everything. Okay, that's not the mod I was looking at earlier. What's this one that you plant? Raspberry bush. Okay, got all the bushes and saplings and stuff like that that you'd want to place. Yeah, this seems to just be the same stuff as the other mod. Well, that's annoying. The one thing I would actually want to plant doesn't seem to be... Okay. This plant easily sounds interesting, though. Allows you to plant evenly spaced crops, either one at a time or any amount of rows and columns. Grid snapping feature. Also allows bulk harvesting resources and auto replanting of crops. Yeah, anyway. I did figure out what I wanted to figure out, though. Namely, there doesn't seem to be a way to plant reeds. Which is very unfortunate. Alright, let's get back to our tree murder. We have 59 beech seeds, which is a lot. It's definitely, we did not cut down 59 trees. I kind of wish the other tree types would give enough seeds to replant. If you wanted to, but beech seems to be the only kind that they want you to be able to farm. Probably because beech give not that much wood, really. and they only give the basic wood. So it makes it so that basic wood is easily farmable. Just replanting vast swaths of basic beech. And then if you want the fancier woods, you gotta go actually find them out in the world. It's not like they're a limited resource or anything, it's just that I want them to be convenient, not located who the hell knows where. Alright, let's get more wood piles. I don't actually know how many wood piles I have there, but it's not a small number. And we still have downed trees, and we haven't even cut all the ones that were planted last time. I better not stand underneath that log while I chunk it up. Stay in the right spot. Can I hit 3 at once? No. Not there anyway. Here, roll back over by your buddies so I can get you both together. Okay, we're full up. Back we go. I have quite a lot of wood stacked up there, which is good. We're going to need it for the other half of the main bridge. That's what I was going to do. I was going to build the other half of that bridge, and then I completely forgot about it. Oh well. Nothing says we can't do it now. Okay. Let's cut this one, I think. Wow, that tree just... that tree didn't even get a chance to fall over. It just fell apart. There was wood raining down out of the sky from that one. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Kinda cool. Alright, there's enough wood laying around up here that once I cut this tree down. gonna go lay out some wood stacks, and then we'll just run back and forth a few times. And by the time we get all the wood in, it'll assuredly be getting dark. Come on, stop being so wonky and... There we go. Let's get this mess in here cleaned up. Beautiful. Let's get rid of some stumps. Okay. Keep clearing the ones that are downhill in the main area. We can probably fit one more log in inventory. No, not quite. Okay. That's a lot of wood. Alright, let's get the last log that was downhill, as well as the few bits of wood that were there. Then we gotta go back and repair the axe. And it'll be time to sleep. Beautiful. And the axe is broken. Okay. We have exactly enough wood to build one wood stack, which is perfect. We'll place this over there beside the kilns. Yeah, a lot of this wood's going to get turned into charcoal. Because I need to get charcoal to process our metal somewhere. Okay. Let's collect the honey. And then back out to the wonderful world of woodcutting. I'm not sure if we're going to cut any more trees down. I think we'll just clean up the logs that are on the ground and replant. We've got a lot of wood. Okay, cultivator. Plant beech. We want to plant a lot of these close together because the more they are close together, as long as they're not too close together, the more carnage there will be when we go to cut them. And therefore, the less axe work it will take. Needs more room to grow. Okay, that fixed that one. There we go. No, don't kill the sapling. There we go. Damn it. I got rid of the sapling by accident. Raspberry bush, get out of here. Alright, then this rock's gotta go. Okay, that's taken care of. Dump those rocks in the ground for now. Alright. Should transport these rocks back and store them back at the house now. I kind of wish when you're planting something it highlighted. Oops. It highlighted everything else that you had of the same type that was planted already. so you could tell if you were accidentally planting things too densely. I don't know if too densely is even really a issue with these trees, though. You can plant them pretty tightly together. Let's get rid of that bush before it becomes an issue. This rock is going to be an issue. Okay. This rock's gotta go. Lovely. I'll have to come back and pick up all that stuff. What was the last sapling plant? It's hard to tell the saplings from just the random stuff growing on the ground. That rock's gonna go. The rock pile there. Go pick up all this stone. Where was that? There it is. Okay. Oops. There we go. Oh, we're out of seeds now. That is almost 60 beeches. I guess. Okay. Well then. When those all grow up, there's going to be a tree apocalypse because it's going to be so dense. Yeah. That's going to be dense as hell. Okay. Well, let's go get rid of these stones. And wood and other stuff that I have on me. And then I can come back and get more. Let's remove that dead spot there. I think there used to be like a little building or something there that I tore down. Okay, get the charcoal furnaces running. More wood pile. Alright, we'll go grab more stone. We should be able to grab one of the stone piles up here and bring it back. Should be able to grab both of the stone piles up here, apparently. I mean, go put these by the existing stone pile or by the carrot farm. Then we can replant the carrots. I am going to get a replant mod. Because... not right away. But eventually. I want to plant about 50-50 carrots and seed carrot. Well, actually it doesn't have to be 50-50. It has to be like... if we do 2/3 carrots and 1/3 seed, that'll get us enough seeds to replant the carrots every time. Do I have a cart? I do have a cart. It is parked on the bridge over there. If we're just running up the hill to grab that stuff, the cart would be more trouble than it's worth, in my opinion. Actually... what I want, 3/4 carrot, 1/4 seed? Because I think it plants... I think you get 3 seeds for every seed carrot, and since the seed carrots are planted from carrots, not from seeds, then seems about right. Oh, Colo, welcome here, and with raiders. Welcome, welcome. You've been raided. Do not resist. So what did your viewers ever do to you to deserve to be drug out here, Colo? Oh, that was interesting. You got 2 carrots from that one instead of 1. And that one. I wonder if that's a function of higher farming skill. That definitely didn't used to happen in the older versions of the game. They watched your stream? Oh. So what were you doing today? Dying horribly? Well, yes, but dying horribly in what? Okay, with carrots harvested, we can replant a decent sized patch of seed carrots. I'm gonna go fix my tools now, so I don't have to do that in the middle of this. Even though it's just right there, I'd rather not have to context switch. Casualties unknown? Yeah, I never heard of it. So you are indeed correct, it wouldn't tell me anything. Okay. I really should be counting how many carrots I plant, and then I can try to be more or less ratio correct, and not worth it. It's about suffering. I think need to be more desensitized to play that game. Putting these kind of close together, so hopefully it's not too close together. That one might be an issue. Needs more room to grow, yep. Damn it. Stop hitting the fence, damn it. I can't quite get that carrot out of there. And I don't want to smack it with any of my other tools. I don't suppose I have a remove carrot option here. Doesn't seem like I do. Okay. Well, I'll just have to be more careful not to plant them quite so close to the fence next time then. Don't I have a doohickey that'll play your latest clip? No, I don't actually. What happened in the last 10-20 minutes? I've been chopping wood. We chopped a whole bunch and then I replanted a whole bunch of trees up there. And now we're redoing the carrots. Earlier I was widening out the way to Naro River. So now we can sail all the way through it, which is pretty nice. Built a little secondary encampment or whatever partway down the river where there was a copper rock that was overhanging the river itself. Little mining outpost that'll never actually be used for mining. Okay, that's probably plenty of seed carrots. Let's plant normal carrots now. Valheim does a really good job of making farming an actual chore to the point where I really wish I didn't have to do it. Okay, actually I don't have that many carrot seeds, so I'm going to plant a few more to make absolutely sure I have plenty for next time. After all, putting a few carrot seeds into a storage box somewhere is not necessarily bad. So having a few too many, I am okay with that. I'm definitely going to grab the easy plant mod at some point though. Probably the next time I have to plant carrots. Okay, well that's the last of my carrots. Stepped on a landmine after somehow keeping blood inside, got hit in the chest by a turret somehow. Slowly going down too much blood in your lungs. That's not very good. Internal bleeding is almost worse than external bleeding because you can't really fix it as easily. External bleeding, you can at least plug the hole. Internal, well, there isn't a hole, and that's the problem. Would recommend not maybe playing on 100 and 200% traps. Yeah. More or less taken care of. Now, what are we going to do next? Well, next we're going to take a nap because it's almost dark. There. And then we did just gather all that wood. Here, let's... I need to do some smelting. Let's get some copper going. Okay. Let's go put the remainder of this charcoal away. We're going to end up piling up quite a bit of charcoal on this wall, I think. And then I think the next thing to do is build the second half of the bridge. I do need to finish this bridge. It's definitely not done. The problem is it's not really worth finishing until I can bridge that gap. And I'm pretty sure I can't bridge this gap unless I move in bridge pylons too close to the middle, or I get iron reinforced wood or stone or something similar. I want stone so I can replace all the bottoms that are sticking into the or not all of them maybe, but at least some of the bottom that's sticking into the water. I don't even necessarily want to replace them. I just want to sheath them in stone because it'll look better. But I don't think it'll actually make it more or much stronger, because core wood is pretty strong as far as vertical support goes. But I also need to gather more core wood. You still can't believe you got 6 people to watch your nonsense? Yeah. I can tell you from experience. People show up to watch all kinds of dumb shit. After all, people somehow watch me. Not very many people, mind you, but there's a few. I want to move that wood from the other side of the bridge back in here more. Add it to the main wood piles. Okay, let's go back and grab more. At some point, also, we need to go start preparing the boss arena for the Elder. Wait, what do I have in here? Oh, I got more wood, okay. Well. Let's haul that over then. Send me a clip of what the game looks like. Yeah, I'll check it out after stream. Also, landmine experience. That should be fun to watch. Oh, let's see. Place that there. That there. I did not remember that I had all that wood piled up over near the side. So what am I hauling all the wood back for? I need that to build the other half of the bridge. I do need to go get core wood, though, so I have some for support beams. Man, even with this bridge incomplete, it's so much better than having to swim that river all the time. Which I might not need core wood for this. Okay, let's go ahead and place that there for now. Let's start thinking about how I want to build this bridge. It doesn't need to be anything terribly fancy or terribly tall. I think we'll put the bridge deck about there. I do want it to be 2 tiles wide. Like that. And then take the pathing tool, the grass that's right underneath it. I am going to add grass to the edges of this. In fact, let's work on that right now. I think that'll look a little cool. Okay, that all gets grassed. Okay. Now, trim it with the pathing tool. So it doesn't quite extend into there as much. Cut that back just a hair. Okay. Yeah, I like the way that looks. That's really cool. Okay, now. Posts. Let's not waste 2 wood on that one. 1 wood will do. Beautiful. It's banned with memes about a game you don't understand and hope you never will. Well, thank you for the memes. I will look at them after stream, because even if I wanted to look at them now, I wouldn't be able to show them on stream anyway, because I don't have Discord on this computer. Okay. Damn it. There we go. Yeah, this worked pretty well, I think. We'll start with... I need more wood. Good thing we have piles of it right here. I think I want to... I hereby declare that that is the middle of the bridge. So we'll do 2 26s and then a 45 on the end of that. No, I was just a split second too late. There we go. And then we'll do a 26 facing back the other way. Not sure why they chose 26 degrees instead of 22 degrees. But, well, that's fine. Now, do I want to do a straight piece and then 2 26s? I think I do. Which hopefully we've got enough ground over there to make that work. Anyway, you could weasel yourself onto your world? No, this is single player. At some point, someday, I would like to run a multiplayer Valheim world, but for now, I am thoroughly enjoying the fact that there's no one else around. I am a single-player gamer at heart, and damn it, come on. Place on here somewhere. I think we're going to have to place a bit of foundation. We can't place foundation without the thing here. Okay, can I put it up top then? That'll work. Do another 22. 22. Can you do faster? Okay, that works. Put a cross beam there. That way I can get the 45 into the right position from the start instead of having to do it the other way around. Yeah, I do kind of want to do a multiplayer Valheim at some point. Not for a while, though. Purely because I know there's a lot of people who would like to play. For one reason or another. But if I did that, I'd have to run... I wouldn't have to, but I definitely would want to run a 24/7 dedicated server. And currently I don't have a machine set up for that. Well, that is something that I would like to correct. I know I said this yesterday, but it does bear repeating. My original plan was that when I built the new game machine, I was going to use the old computer to make a dedicated server. And that just didn't happen because I ended up keeping it around as a workstation instead. Which I'm glad I did because I really, really like having the dual PC setup. It is so nice. Just insanely convenient. Alright, then from here we're gonna cut a path through there. Yeah, I built the game machine just before the RAM prices went insane. So I am the luckiest bastard you've ever seen. Like about a month ago, I checked the price of the same RAM kit I bought. It was like 3 or 4 times as expensive as it is now. Or as it was then, I mean. Which is insane. But anyway. I was like, wow, I bought kind of expensive RAM. I was my thought at the time. And then I checked back a month or 2 later, and it's like, wow, that RAM was almost cheap. But anyway. I really like the way this frame looks. Let's put the bridge deck on it and let it start weathering. Best financial decision I made that year? I don't know about best, but man, If I'd bought a couple more kits, it probably would have been the best financial decision. I probably could have flipped them for several times what I spent. Oh well, I'm glad I decided to build when I did. Because with today's prices, it would definitely have been a sketchier prospect. Okay, I need to go get more wood. I think I have some in the cart still. Yeah, I do. Oh, I broke my hammer. That's what the problem is. No! There's a hole in the bridge. Yeah, I need to get some stronger material so I can fix that minor issue. Charge that up. Oh, I broke my hammer. That's right, I can't build a stack. Arrowhead sucks major ass. Arrowhead being, I assume, Game Studio. That's a familiar name for some reason. I only have 34 coal. Oh, Helldivers. Yeah, okay. I knew that name was familiar somehow. Oh, the tale as old as time. Game developers of live service games making decisions that the players think is insane. Usually I would diagnose the problem as developers not playing their own game enough. Very rarely, a developer in that situation actually knows more than their players do about what to do to make things fun. Because sometimes players want things that are ultimately bad for the longevity and fun of the game. But a lot of the time, developers are just kind of out of touch. Okay. Carrot crop is coming along. Oh, I picked up a little bit of the charcoal earlier, so I don't have quite enough to build the stack. Fix that problem. I'll have to make a couple of trips in and out of the house because my carry weight isn't quite enough to haul fuel and metal ore at the same time. Let's do a load of tin. Wait, did I already load fuel on that furnace earlier? I did not. Okay. I mean, I did, but then I loaded ore in afterwards, so ultimately I didn't. Alright. Now, I need to grab some more wood, because I just blew it all making charcoal. That's fine. We have a lot of it over here. And I think I have a little bit in the cart on the bridge anyway. Let's get back out there and finish putting the railing on that bridge. It doesn't need a railing, but I wanted to have one because I think it'll look cool. How much wood did I farm? A lot. I had planted a whole bunch of trees over there just out of view. And I planted them pretty close together. So, if you've ever cut trees in Valheim, I'm sure you can imagine how much fun that was. It was awesome. There was a great deal of mutual self-murder as trees crushed each other. Okay, actually, I do want to put one more bit of wood out the end of this. So I'm gonna cut this down just a hair. I need to cut it down anyway to put the road in, but... Okay. Provide a smoother transition. And then put side rails on that. 26-degree beam. Goes there. There at the ends. Put a short beam there. Short beam, 26 degree. Yeah, it kind of looked the way that looks. We'll see what it looks like with the rest of the railing in place before I make any lasting decisions on the matter. Okay. Yeah, I think I like that. Yeah, I like that. I was briefly considering moving these posts to the other side of the short beam, but I don't think I will. I think I'll leave it the way it is. Or maybe I'll put in a second set of posts there. For now, we'll leave it alone, though. Oh. Good night, Colo. I need 16 more wood to finish this bridge. And then we're going to cut a slope up. Okay, 16 more wood. You're worth 10 wood in and of yourself. So get in my inventory. Yeah, okay. Now, if I remove this one... I am gonna have to go place another over on this side, but if I like cut down a couple saplings or a dead dump or something, that'll give me enough wood to finish this off without having to go back to the house to get stuff. Let's knock off a sapling or two. No, damn it. Wrong tool. Alright. Get wrecked. Oh wait, actually we can tear down that building. Yeah, I don't want that there anyway. So we put a crafting bench over here, tear this down, we'll have plenty of wood to finish it. And everything will be set. Okay. Takes care of that problem quite nicely. Put the last bits of railing in. I don't quite like the way the railing looks in the middle there. I mean, I do, but maybe I should. Okay, if I'm going to do that, which I think I'm going to do that, then we're going to do it slightly differently. I'm going to... Oh wait, I need to... Okay, like, I like the look of this, but I think it needs a little something in the middle there, and that little something is going to be this piece right here. Let's see how that looks on the side. Okay, that looks cool. Yeah, that looks really cool, actually. Okay, I'm happier with that than I was with what I had before there. I mean, what I had before was cool, but this is cooler. Now, if I really wanted to overdo it, I could... put a couple of 22s off here, and then a flat piece, and then a couple more, and then a 45 in the end, and build a little arch across the center. Pick a pair of arches on top as well as on below, but let's see, a 26 to 26, a flat, a 26 to 26, and that would meet up with there. It wouldn't really be arched. Also, I think it'd look dumb, because then it'd be too much. This is better being a little simpler. Yeah. Okay. Let's grab the stone out of the cart. I think I'm gonna need a little bit of stone to raise the corner there, but that wood should get... We should get everything we need out of lowering other areas. Oh, I need a workbench over on this side. That's easy enough to fix. You're coming with me. Build this over here at the end of the bridge. Okay. Beautiful. Set to level. Well, okay, now it leveled it the wrong way. Lower it just a hair. That is perfect. Okay. Now we got to cut a slope up. I don't need it to be straight. Matter of fact, it's probably better if it isn't straight, because then it'll look a little bit more natural. I mean, it's not going to look natural no matter what I do. It's going to be obvious that it was cut into the ground. But if I cut it into the curve of the slope a little bit more, it'll look more like somebody took the path of least resistance, which is more or less exactly what's going to happen. Cutting smooth slopes in Valheim can always be a bit annoying and painful, but it's not that bad at the end of the day. Start by making a relatively narrow one, and then we can widen it out. Okay, this is looking good already. Smooth it off just a little bit here. Okay, that's a good start. Now I cut this wall back a little bit more. Gotta make it wider. After all, if we make the path too wide, it's very easy to come in and add some grass. Whereas if it's too narrow, then it's just going to be a usability problem. Matter of fact, I want it to be a little too wide so we can add some grass. Because the end result of that is going to make it look good. Because the path won't look like it's insanely wide then, while still being wide enough that if you're coming through with a cart, you don't slam into the walls and stuff like that. Because there's no real difference between path and grass except visually. So by having a mix of the two, you get the best of both worlds. We want to get it as close to perfect as we can with the pickaxe. And then we'll come back with the hoe and smooth it off a little bit. because the hoe can be a little bit wonky. It's more for leveling ground, not so much for smoothing ground. You can smooth ground with it, to a degree. Okay, we gotta use the hoe now. Set the level. Oh yeah, that's real good looking. Okay, now we gotta do more of that. I don't think we're gonna get this any smoother. That is real good. Okay. Now, grass. We want some grass up against this cliff. But not like a huge amount. And then we want a little bit of grass over by the lip as well. And keep in mind, of course, that excess grass will can be trimmed, whereas too little grass is harder. Okay, and then we pathen. Okay. Let's get these stones cleaned up. Unfortunately, they'll probably just end up respawning. But we can pretend that they won't. Okay. I do wish that I could swing this whole bridge that way just by the tiniest little bit. But I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to do that because of angle snapping. I don't remember if there's a smooth rotate in this game. But even if there was... Yeah, like that is way too much that way, and this is about as good as we're gonna get this way. But I wish there was kind of something that was just like a degree or two more so that you could enter the bridge and walk straight across along this line. That would have been a better line than what I built, but alas, it was not an option, so we ended up with this, which is good enough. I believe this is quite nice, actually. So I should probably continue building this road that way into the forest. Because over that way there's a bunch of copper, and I was cutting wood there and things of that nature. For now, let's go back to the house and sleep for the night. Grab the core wood out of that. Yeah, it's empty. Okay, good. Don't fall in the river. I used to always build covered bridges so they wouldn't decay. Yeah, I think they'll look fine decayed a little. If they don't, I guess we'll have to repair them. Oh, I don't have to carry weight to all that. I don't quite have enough stone for a pile. We'll come back and deal with this later. I was kind of thinking about letting the smelter run overnight, because... Okay, you know what? We will not come back and deal with that later. We will deal with it now. Because I want that to process while I'm sleeping. Okay, now the other reason why we got all this wood I want to rebuild the roof on this house. Alright, we'll deal with the tools in the morning. Okay. Beautiful. Now. Grab that copper we just produced. Roof of the house. Rebuilding. Okay. I think we're just going to cut the whole thing off. Right where it is. Like, okay, right now it's nice and high and that's cool and all. But did that pop up through the roof? I think it did. I want it to be nicer and look less like a barn. So we're just going to cut everything off above this level, except maybe the chimney. We'll leave that alone for now. I'll make further considerations about that later. Alright, well that was a lot of wood. Run around pick all that up. Okay. We'll leave the little roof over the door alone for now. That's everything? Looks like everything. Okay. So, this time around, I am going to start with a low angle roof piece. Actually, I'm trying to imagine a couple different possible roof profiles. We could do a high angle, then low angle, then high angle to a peak, but I think that would look a little ugly. Let's try... Now, this can be annoying to build. That's the problem here. Okay, I see how we're going to have to do this. Actually, can I do that? I don't think I can. I need to get something in the middle right there, which I can place freehand. We might have to freehand the roof connection. Let's see if that'll work. Okay, if I place that, and then delete those two, will it maintain its structural connection to the wall? It looks like it. However, I'm not sure if that's actually placed where I want it to be. If I snap that to there, and then if I replace the half wall here with a full wall, how much is that going to stick up? Far too much, okay. Can I snap it onto the actual roof? No. Okay. There's no way I can get it to go up another half. No. There's no half and quarter roof segment pieces, which there really should be. Because that allows you to do more fun roof shenanigans. The kind of thing that I would do in a game like a Loft. I think a Loft has, yeah, a Loft does have an insane number of different little tiny pieces of different shape of roof. So you can lay out the perfect roof. Which is one thing I liked about that game. That immediately endeared it to me. A game that has a really good roof building system is instantly top notch. Okay, that looks correct. Looks correct. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, this post right there is the middle post. So I think at this point we want to swap to the steeper pieces. And then we would need to put the peak piece on. Like that. Okay. I kind of like what I see so far. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hammer broke. That's why I can't build anything. I can't repair it at that crafting station because it needs a roof. Damn it. I did throw away that second hammer I built, didn't I? Yes, I did. Alright, do I have a roofed crafting station around here somewhere? I think the nearest one is over here at the copper mine, which is distressingly far away. And there's another one over at that copper mine, which is almost farther away. Oh wait, I know where one is. That's right near here. We've got one over by the, at the boathouse. For a second I forgot that I had a roofed crafting station there. Place that I could repair the boat. Okay, lovely. That saves me a good deal of trouble. Okay. Gotta be quick about this. Wait, I'm placing the wrong pieces here. No wonder it was looking weird. It's like, that doesn't look like it's gonna come out at the right spot. Yeah, I was using the shallow pieces, not the steep ones. Okay, I only need one steep one there, and then we swap to the shallows. No, come on. There we go. The first roof slice is done. We'll leave that at that for now. It can just be right where it is. Okay, it is already in there. It's going to be an interesting... Okay, actually not that interesting. It doesn't quite work. Which tells me that one of these is off by a little. that one. And this one's probably off as well. Oh, having the roof tiles off by half a block is surprisingly problematic. And they're not only half a block off the normal way. Oops. I didn't mean to actually destroy that. They're off vertically half a block, which is where the real problem comes in. But I do like that roof profile. It is 100% less ugly old barn and 100% more just weird quirky roof. I think if I want to actually place this correctly, I need to build in... I need to do some interesting scaffolding based off the roof itself. So, if I take a piece like that, and then we grab this, and we snap it on the inside, there, that is exactly what I wanted. Now, we don't have a peak of any sort. And we have half a block of space that's got to be used up somehow. Which we can do like this, I think. This is the jankiest Valheim roof you ever will see. Okay, now we're going to run some beams down the outside to hide some of our sins. That looks pretty okay. Stick out? Nope. Okay. Sins remain hidden. Good. We'll put in a half wall there with a quarter wall on top of it. And that does stick through. Okay, no quarter wall then. So that temporary scaffolding piece needs to be removed. If I put a half wall here, does that stick out? It doesn't look like it. Give me that wood. I need it out of there so I can make sure it's not hiding anything. Okay, I don't see the quarter, I don't see the half wall sticking up. And then if I take one of these That does stick through some. What did I delete? I think I deleted the wrong piece. Yeah, I deleted the post that was... right there. We better get some temporary roof over top of the bed so we can use that. And similarly, let's roof over the workshop. That's freehand placed, but it's hard to tell, so I think we'll leave it and call it okay for now. And hope that works. I think the bed is covered enough to sleep on. If not, we can add some more temporary roofing. I can use the forge, so that's good. We can't use the workbench, which is not good. Okay, let's sleep for the night. Okay, now back to trying to fill this end wall in without it being completely insane. Let's put a quarter wall there. No, that definitely sticks up. Man, what I wouldn't do for a half triangle or something at this point. Yeah, a quarter triangle. Oh, there's wood shutters. Somehow I didn't notice these before. Those would go nicely on some of our windows here. Oh, they clear up bronze nails. That's why I probably didn't notice them. Yeah. Put that in. Wait. No! The whole roof is shifted that way, just a little tiny bit. Damn it. Redo it so it's proper. Yeah, you see that's not centered up on that. Damn it. Okay, well that might fix some of our weird holes then if you get it perfectly centered the way it's supposed to be instead of off by a little tiny bit. If I take... and put you there, and then take you, and snap you onto there, and then take one... I think this is going to be too low, but yeah, that's definitely too low. Let's find out by how much. Because it might be that I could modify it. Yeah, I think it's got to go up at least one more full block. And that might be too high. But there's only one way to find out. Okay, one of those. Yeah, see? It's half a block too high. Okay, so it's got to come down by half a block somehow. Can I use core wood to get it to go up half a block? I think I can. I just need to shift it back or one block, and then it snapped the core wood onto the top there, and then if I take you and snap it onto the top of the core wood, does that get me enough height? It's kind of looking like it might. Come on, attach, Daniel. There we go. Hell yes. That is exactly the height I needed. I need to remember that for the future, that core wood beams can get you a half a block higher, because they have a bottom and a top attachment point, not just an end attachment point like a standard wood beam does. So you can use them to get just a little tiny bit higher into the air when you need to. I think the reason core wood works that way is so you can use it as a decorative, what do I call it? Oh, hammer broke. We gotta go run over to the... what do I call it to repair it? I think the reason it is that way is because that way you can use it as like a ridge pole. On the inside or the outside. And do a few other neat visual tricks. Okay, let's remove the temporary scaffolding. It looks like this is attached to this, even though they're not snapped together. They're close enough to be considered touching. Okay. We take those. Now, can we get an end wall that doesn't look like shit? Snapping. Bottom. Okay, the problem is I can't snap it to this, but if I put that there, and then we bring in this, and we snap it like so, and then we remove that, then I can snap this to there, and then we can take the 45-degree one, set it to snap bottom, and snap it on. Okay. Things are starting to look up. Then we take a straight beam and we set it to snap. Edge 1. Let's remove that beam for now so I can have a better view of what I'm snapping to. Snap it in there. And then set this to snap edge 2, snap it to there. That leaves a little tiny gap right there. Do I care? I don't know yet. I'll have to think about it. For now, let's run this beam all the way across. I might care. But if I do, I think I might have a solution, maybe? For at least part of it, we can put half walls in there. Okay, now, I can delete this half wall, put a full wall in, and then put another full wall on top of it. Boom. Boom. Does that stick up out of the roof? Yes, it does. Okay, that's not acceptable then. We can put a half wall on top of it. And then we take a 45-degree wall. So let's not worry about the solid end walls yet. Oh, actually, I just had a really good idea. I could just remove the end wall completely, most of it, and shift everything down by half a block, or a quarter block, I guess it would be actually. And no one will be the wiser. The end walls won't line up with the side walls. But that's fine. Yeah, that worked perfectly because the roof was already, or the doorway was already taller than regulation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is brilliant. Yeah, it looks so much better. And then there's like no jank or anything involved. I just correct. Okay, anyway. I should probably use quarter walls right here. And right here. So that I have better snapping opportunities. Because I can snap, I can change the grid spacing from the upper to the lower part right there at the wall by using the quarter walls as snap points. Like this. And then I can snap to that. Okay, that was pretty smart. And you snap there. Then we snap to top two. And go along and put these in those little gaps at the bottom of the walls. That does move the windows up a little bit, which I'm okay with. That actually works fine with the third-person view. It looks cool and everything. And the end wall looks mostly sane. Okay, there's already a piece there. I just couldn't see it. Okay. Okay. I'm fairly happy with this. It's not perfect, but... Now, let's get up top here. Snap to bottom one. Boom. Beautiful. Do I have enough fine wood that I can put on a dragon? No, I don't. Okay, well that's fine. We can do that later if I want to. Now, to do the other end wall now. Well, let's start by filling in the middle. Like so. Strip that off. Two 26s. A 45. A peak. Get that pillar up there. A 45. Two 26s. Okay. And then we cut the top off that pillar. Alright, that'll do. Now, did I remove the temporary scaffolding piece I put down here? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and put a temporary scaffolding piece there. And then we want a 26 degree snap to bottom, boom. Snap to bottom, boom. Snap to bottom. Okay, I think that's correct. Remove the temporary scaffolding piece there. Yeah, this side's going to be way easier because I figured out what I want to do, basically. I'm going to remove that because I wasn't 100% sure it snapped properly. There we go. That's for sure correct. Spin you around. Snap to bottom. Right there. Snap to bottom. 45 degree piece. Boom. Okay. Now. Top two. Top one. Top two. Top one. Lovely. I need to reshape this chimney a little bit. Yeah, that'll work more or less. It's not perfect, but it'll work. Now. That was easier than I expected, honestly. And we broke our hammer. Okay. Bed is too exposed. Well, screw you too. Let's run over, repair the hammer, then we can throw down a couple pieces of wall, and we should have the bed up, capable of sleeping in it. Hopefully before we start spawning gray dwarves and shit like that. I maybe should go work on that road a little more. It isn't flat. It's kind of dished to the one side, which isn't really perfect. Alright, let's just slam a random wall piece on there. It's enough to shelter it. Okay. Remove the temporary wall we just built. I really like how well this roof is turning out. Even the bit around the chimney is turning out way better, way easier to build too than I thought it was going to be. Okay. It's solving the problem of how to build the end wall was the big issue here. Once the end wall problem was solved, the rest of it easy. Look at that. Little tiny bit of overlap right there that was easy to do. And otherwise it just neatly fits everything right in. Okay, let's get some roofing done on this side. The end wall is less important now that it's raining. We can just put end wall in anytime we want. Getting the actual roof up is much more useful. Boom. Roof up. Okay, now we just need to finish the end wall. Okay, put that on. Then we need a wall. Snap it in between these two. Boom. You get a wall. You get a wall. We'll worry about windows in the back here later. I think I'm going to go ahead and remove these pieces because the problem they were supposed to solve no longer exists, and the same with those. They were there to disguise problems that are gone now. So now they just exist to make the wall look busy and incomplete. Or not incomplete, but like just it doesn't look good. Okay. Those half walls need to be quarter walls because they exist at that position so that I can redo the spacing. So I can space between the posts again, basically, which will make windows much easier. Alright, then we just need half walls on the bottom. Misplaced. Let's go outside and make sure those are all right. I should have placed them from outside in the first place, probably. Yeah, okay, those are correct. There's a branch there that's stuck inside the house. You can kind of see how I did the wall here, because it sticks down a little bit underneath the bottom edge of the house. But because I made sure that the ground wasn't too far below the house at any point, it's not really visible. Unless you know to look for it. Okay. I can go back in there. Now, tear out those two. And then we just take some half walls. And we've got lovely... what is going on here? Okay. I don't know what I was seeing there, but it looks fine now. Okay. Re-roofed. I only have one bit of thistle? No, I got more than that. I think that might be too high up to count for the comfort. Oh, I don't have enough fine wood. We need to go cut more fine wood anyway. Kind of tempted to put in a false roof right about there. Here. Let's do it properly with snapping. Okay, take you. There. And then you. There. And then you. Snap to there. There. I'll have to go outside to get those back. There. Lower the ceiling just a little bit so it looks... I don't know about looks a little better, but it looks a little different anyway. Doesn't look any worse. There we go. Oh, come on. Let me get over the peak of the roof, damn it. collect all the wood that migrated through over time. Okay. Now, let's put some decorative shit in here. Okay. Storage. Where should I put the storage? And how should I arrange it? I should probably stick it over in this corner more. There. Let's repair our stuff. And then let's grab that. Let's move the forge somewhere. Let's move that torch. Move this torch. I kind of want to stick this in that corner, so we'll leave it for that now. The forge I'm going to stuff in this corner like this. And then the anvil we'll put out into the room a little bit here. And the forge cooler, which requires a bunch of fine wood I don't have on me right now, can go somewhere. Okay. Now. Get storage placed. Out of wood. Alright, congratulations, you are the valuables container. You store random valuable items that I'm going to want to sell to a trader someday, as well as random bits of dead animal. Okay, you hold leathers. And actually, you hold leathers and bone. I wish I had enough space in here to put signs, but I don't, so there won't be any of those. Okay, seeds. That's leather. Goes in the leather chest. Okay, dead animal. And fish. It's going to go in this chest here on the end. Just going to be the dead animal and fish chest. And then beside it can go the edible plants chest. There's a dead animal that's not the dead animal or fish chest. Also, thistles and dandelions can go in here. Okay. Okay. Now, we could put another row on top of this yet. I think I'm going to do exactly that. There we go. Okay. That one's empty. Okay. That'll do. Let's keep moving shit over. This chest in the back corner is going to be resin and dwarf eyes. Okay. Feathers go somewhere. I don't know where yet. I haven't thought about it too much. I think they're going here with bones and leather and stuff like that. The ectoplasm. I think we'll stick it in here. We'll put random high issue value items there for now. We'll put trophies in here. I'm gonna put the ancient seeds in with the seeds, even though I don't think they're a plantable seed. They're just a boss summon item and a crafting ingredient. But they can go in with the seeds because I decree it that way. That's why. Metals. They can go right here on the end. For now. Circling cores will go into the random high value stuff chest instead of the metal chest. Okay, these chests are all empty now. Give me that material. Okay. This chest can contain stone, and this chest can contain wood. Bulk wood will be stored outside, of course. The second... No, here, let's... The chests are still empty around here. It looks like we only have one chest that doesn't contain anything at all. And it's this one, and that one's going to be excess gear. Hey! Get the hell away from that, you piece of shit! How dare you attack my bees, you slime ball! Okay. Now. We got a torch there in that corner. Got a torch there by the chests. Torch over there by the beds. I need more resin. Seriously? I'm just far enough away I can't reach the resin. The resin chest is just a little too far away from the workbench. Oh well. I should really put my storage in this corner, but I already built it over there, so... I could move the workbench out away from the wall a little tiny bit. Maybe rotate it like this. That works. Okay, now you can access everything that's in there, it looks like. Now we'll put this behind it. Add that in the corner. Okay. Let's go ahead and sleep. You, sir, are a nuisance. Okay. Now. Got a lovely little workbench area here. Storage over there where it's only slightly inconvenient. Bed over in this corner. Open space for fun activities. Yeah. We're probably going to put some furniture there once I get some fine wood. I need a bunch of fine wood. I've got several workbench upgrade items that I'd like to build. I can build a meat kettle and a fermenter if I had enough fine wood. Okay, we really need fine wood. Like really, really need fine wood. Okay. Okay. I don't want to go out in the rain. It's nasty out there. I wish I remember what mod it was I used to run that let me quick stack to nearby chests with a hotkey. Because that was so nice. Also, I think I might want to move some things around here. I'm trying to decide what I want to move where. I think this stuff is going to get put in this chest. Because that way I can just quick stack across the top row. And it will get most things that I'm likely to bring in from hunting out of my inventory. Because I'll have wood, stone, animal products, and stuff I got from killing random great ores. Just boom, 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 boom across top row. And the next row is metal, foods, bottom rows, stuff that I don't access as much. Okay. We have some semblance of a sorting method now. More normal wood. I think we have plenty outside. So let's grab a stack of that. That's interesting. The shutters conflict with each other a little bit. Wonder if there's something I can do about that to make them so they can open a little bit wider. Okay, what happens if I put this? Interestingly, they swing whichever direction you yeah, okay, no, they just swing through whatever obstacles are in the way. So you can't block them, they just block each other. Which means they look a little wonky and ugly. They would need to be placed differently to look good, I think. Which, basically you need to do it like this. So you need to remove these pillar pieces. Or you could put them back to back in here and then they would look extra ugly. So if you want window shutters, I think you gotta do it a bit differently. I could remove those and modify them a little bit. I have to shift them up a quarter block each way to make it work though, and that's with the way the end walls are designed, it's just not going to happen. Like, they would look much better on these end walls because of the way they're designed. And these windows with this narrow gap down the middle isn't really a great way to do that. I could do them on the front pretty well. Nah. We'll just leave shutters off for now. Alright, anyway. House improvements completed. Second bridge completed. River widening completed. Which weight is this? Not too much. We've got tons of wood stockpiled, but not the good stuff. Okay, let's go cut fine wood. I just need to cut a ton of fine wood. Ooh, it looks like the the grove has grown. This is going to be so much fun to cut. You cut one or two in the middle of that, and they're just absolutely going to murder each other. It's going to be awesome. Alright, I need probably about 100 fine wood to start would be good. So I need like 30 something to make each fermenter. We've got 10 out of one tree, okay. So we're going to have to cut a lot of birch trees. Unfortunately, they don't drop birch seeds very often. Yeah, I came out here with a stack of wood in my inventory because I wasn't very smart. Well, back to base and we'll dump off some of these materials. I'm gonna go ahead and feed this wood to the charcoal furnace. That'll get rid of most of it. And the rest of it can go into the wood chest, together with that fine wood. And the nails go in this end chest where the rest of that stuff is. Okay. Back out to where we're cutting wood. Actually, no. No. Go repair the axe first. It's already taken like a third of damage, so. Okay, can you imagine how terrible it'd be if this game required you to spend materials to repair your tools? Use your pickaxe for often enough and you have to go kill Eikthyr again so you get more stuff. I mean, not that killing Eikthyr is difficult, he's quite easy, but it would still be a bit of a chore. It would definitely mean that upgrading to metal pickaxes would be a thing that you would do, not because you wanted to cut harder stone, but because you wanted to stop having to go kill the damn deer all the time. Using metal tools would require you to constantly go mine copper and tin. Pretty sure I would quickly find a mod to remove durability from tools and call it a day. As it is, durability is kind of almost pointless. Because it doesn't cost anything but having the right setup. But that is a pretty valid cost. Particularly if you upgrade your tools. Because if you upgrade your tool, then you can only repair it at a workbench that has the right level. So if you've made a really nice upgraded axe, you can only repair it at a really nice upgraded workbench. Also, now that I've got carrots available, I really should be looking for boar. Find a nice 2-star boar and lure it back or something. I haven't seen any high-tier boar though, so. Is there anything nice in here? Nope. Nothing in there at all. Buddy, if you really want to become pork that badly, I will oblige you. Okay, that's 40 fine wood, plus the 20 some I have back at the base. How much weight do I have on? 233? Okay, we should be able to grab another tree at least. I think after we do a little bit of upgrading to the base yet, as far as decoration and we should be able to get mead production going. Which I don't know if I care about any of the meads right now, but it certainly won't hurt to have the option to make some. And then maybe a little bit of... Okay, 281. Let's head back. Having the option of making meads is be handy. Ugh. Okay, those are still processing. Come back for that later. Lovely. Now, what all was I going to build? I was going to put in at least a table. Let's put that over here, up against the wall, right underneath the windows. Hopefully I didn't place that backwards. Nope, that's good. Actually, does it decide which side to put you on based on which side you were looking? No, okay. Oh, you can see it's curved forward a little bit. Okay, well I'm glad I flipped that around then. That's comfort 7. Let's go ahead and put a banner or two on the walls. Or hang them from the ceiling. Comfort 8. If I put up more than one banner, does it give more comfort? Probably not. Yeah, no. The forest is moving. Could you not? Come on, you slime balls. Get away from my stuff. Get lit. Oh. Great Orc Brute is almost dead. Get wrecked. assholes. He's dead. Okay, we did kill a couple of trees that I wanted to keep around. Small ones. Unfortunately, those can't be replaced without mods. How'd I miss that shot? There we go. Get squished. Well, there goes another tree I kind of wanted to keep. I suppose that's what I get for using Stag Breaker near the house. Oh well. Oh well, let's continue picking up this shit. Now let's go to bed for the night. Yeah, there was a couple small trees in there we lost because Stag Breaker. But ultimately, that is a very minor price to pay. I don't like these banners here. I've changed my mind about placing them there. And I believe the crap from deleting them has teleported up into the roof, so we'll have to go get that in the morning. Okay. Back up on the roof, grab those two pieces, then we put that piece back in. Why are all of my wood stacks half destroyed? Oh, it might be because they were rained on, but I didn't think that happened to... Like, I didn't smack them with Stag Breaker. Whatever, it doesn't matter because if it was rain, they don't get destroyed past half. And if it wasn't rain, then it straight up doesn't matter. Because it won't happen again. Hopefully. Alright. Let's put in the ceiling again. And then I do want to have a banner somewhere. black one looks nice. I think we might actually put in 2 banners over here. Thank you very much for the follow, Turn Stone. Greatly appreciate it. Well, good enough for who it's for. And I'll put another one of these across the middle of the room here, I think. Okay. Makes it look a little nicer. Any other furniture I can build at this point that I'd actually like to build? Not really. Yeah, not really. Okay. Oh, actually there is. I'd like to put a dragon on the end of the house, maybe. Well, okay. Maybe. There's no reason to put up a ward. I'm pretty sure the ward doesn't stop. Like, if the ward stopped other creatures from damaging your stuff, then I would 100% put one up, but it's a multiplayer thing, I'm pretty sure, solely. Cartography table. I could easily go get... I don't remember what this even does. The twig I don't have the materials for. I need to get more leather scraps at some point. Okay, but anyway, what I was actually here for is I wanted to think about... I was thinking about building a mead setup. I don't remember how any of this stuff works. I wouldn't be surprised if this had to be built over a fire. But I'm just going to stick it here for now, and if it does, I can move it. Yep, lit fireball. Okay, that's what I thought. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's put that in there. The forge cooler can go here beside the forge. I think that is everything we have available. We can build the cauldron now, too. I really should do that. I want the larger fireplace before we worry too much about this stuff, though. I need more fine wood, I need more bronze. I need more tin, I think. Well, I don't know. We have tin. Some amount. Here. What do I have in the way of metals? I've got 10 tin. I've got 2 tin ores, so we need to go mine more tin. I've got 4 bronze, so we need to make more bronze. Which we can do. We have the copper. Let's grab 10 copper, 20 coal, go light that. Let's clean up our inventory a little bit. Where did I put those damn... There they are. Okay. We've got enough seeds now. I could summon the Elder if I wanted to, but I'm pretty sure that's 3 seeds. Let's go ahead and cook some necktail. So I have some food that's not just deer. And then, while we wait for that to cook, let's repair our stuff. Then we're gonna go outside and load the furnace. Wait, I have... Oh, it's pulling out of the nearby containers. That's right. I forgot I did that. Okay. Well, I guess we'll cook a little bit of more meat to go along with our neck tail. Why do I have troll leather in my inventory? Isn't that supposed to be in the leather chest? Okay. Let's go load the furnace. I should replant carrots. Load copper, load coal. Oh, that's right. I grabbed some coal out of that when I ran past it by accident earlier. Okay. Now, we're all set up to do whatever we jolly well feel like at this point. Which I don't feel like replanting carrots, but let's do that anyway, because I want carrots. How much? 32 stamina? It's a little tiny bit less than the honey. I really need to get a better cooking setup going. But I think for that, I'm going to actually build a separate building. Once I have... what do you want to call it? Oh. Once I have the larger fire. Because this little building isn't going to cut it for long. It's already starting to get full. Well, I might... I don't know. I might tear this out some and put in a bigger fireplace against this wall. Or maybe bump a wall out and put in a bigger fireplace, or who knows what. And I might end up building a smithy someplace over there or something. Cut out a flat spot, build a smithy. Or over there, or somewhere around here. But the other thing is, I don't want this to be my permanent base either. So once things start getting too complicated, it's going to be time to move for sure. Okay. We have 251 carrot seeds and 17 carrots. For some reason, I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of issue with having enough carrots. Oh, that's right. I was going to install that easy plant mod. Yeah. I'll do that later, off stream. It only take like 5 minutes to install it, but, well, not even that. The mod manager for this game runs perfectly fine. It even has a Linux version, so it's not a big deal to just fire it up and do things. But also, I would have to go look up the mod and meh. Sounds like a future Milo problem. Although it would definitely make planting all these bazillions of carrots much easier. Okay. Yeah, we have way more seeds than we need, which is good, because that way I won't run out by accident because I planted too many of one type and not enough of the other, or something like that. I kind of wish that Valheim didn't do crops the way it does, and just did you get a certain amount of seeds with every harvest. That would definitely be less realistic, but it also just makes for I don't know. It would be Valheim, I guess, if they did that. Okay, well that carrot's a little overcrowded apparently. Nope, nope, okay, it's fine now. I was right, those were the problem. Let's move the stone piles over here to beside the house. Get them out of the road. All right. Next one over. That already has stone pile. Where's the seed chest? There we go. We have an actual ton of carrot seeds. We don't need to worry about planting them for a little while at least. I will plant some anyway, just in case. Keep that up. We got plenty of wood. We got a decent amount of stone. Okay, maybe I should build a little brewery or something off to the side. Where do I want to put it? Because it would make sense to build a brewery as its own separate building. I could put it on the bank of the scum pond. Over there, I don't think I want to leave that area alone. I want to keep things out of that section of woods. I don't want to build up into the woods that way too much. We could continue this path around and put it slightly farther up into the woods here. That's actually a pretty decent option. The other option I was thinking of is for a place where I might want to build a future building. Would be back in here. Like maybe right there. Or maybe over here. We could put several nice little buildings. There's already a... I might end up renovating this area and make it our eventual hog pen. Because there already is kind of a hog pen here. That I could fix up a little bit. Cut down this tree. Remove these fences, replace them with new fences. Clean the area up a little bit. Just because it's already here. So thematically that would be cool. In which case, the cooking and brewing area might make sense to put here. Put a food preparation building. I don't know. Yeah, let's do it right here. Let's get rid of these saplings to start. I don't want to do a huge building. And I'm not even really going to make a proper building. I'm going to make kind of an open air, roofed over pavilion sort of thing. Also, I'm going to go cut down this tree over here because I need to find wood to make the brewing vat. And this tree gets cut down later anyway. So if I murder it now... Of course it has to start raining. Well, it is close to the end of the day, so I guess that's actually not a problem. I can just sleep it. Finish cutting that. This is a good opportunity to deal with the smile the road has too. Like, I'm pretty happy with the road, but it's just a little bit too... not quite flat. I'd like it to be flat. Flat is good when it comes to roads. And it's still raining. And it's stopping raining. Okay, good. Do I want to fix the road contour first? Like right here, it's fine. But right through here, it needs to be pushed back just a little bit. Then we can re-level it. And bring the grass back in. That's cutting it close. We gotta be careful not to get it too low. Okay, that looks better. pull the grass in a bit. Okay. And then we trim it. Get that edge perfect. That looks a little better. Okay. I do want to see if I can pull the grass in a little here. Ooh, okay, that looks good. I like the curve there. But then I need to recontour the other side slightly. Push the grass back a little bit more. Because now it's a bit too narrow. That's good. That's really good, okay. Can I just get that fern out? Yes, okay. Okay. Now, let's flatten a little area here for the brewery. That tree might have to go, we'll see. I need a workbench. We're definitely gonna need to go get a bunch of wood for this, but for now, it looks like the angle's gonna be that probably. Yeah, that'll give us the best alignment with the road. We'll put the front corner maybe there. I wish I had stone to do a stone floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now, cut this back a bit. That tree is going to have to go. Well, okay, good, it fell. I really didn't want to leave a log just hanging up there in that tree, and I didn't necessarily want to cut it down either. This tree may or may not have to go yet. I'll think about it. Stop disturbing me. Don't bleed on the floor, damn it. Yeah, that tree's got to go too. I might plant another couple beeches in here or something, but I'll think about it for now. Depends on whether or not I want the shade. Might be nice to let a little more sunlight in around here. Well, I didn't want that to fall over, but we'll take it, I guess. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's get that little tree out of the way. Those rocks can be left. They should be fine. Alright. I do want to raise the ground just a little bit here. Not quite that much. So I want the ground to be right up to the bottom of the wood here. That way, when I place beams across the edge, they sink into the ground and make the building look like it's firmly on the ground. And also because I need to place campfires in here, at least some, I can just do that nicely without having to fight. I think we're going to do a 5x5 building. So I'll size it for that for now. Okay. Now, I had forgotten this until a little earlier today, but the way the leveling tool works, or no, not level, the way flattened ground works, is it attempts to flatten the ground to the level of the ground that you are standing on. I believe, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe that it ignores any artificial ground, like any floor or whatever. If you're standing on top of a pillar, it'd ignore that. Anything like that. It only pays attention to the actual dirt level. But it tries to set the dirt level to the dirt level of wherever you're standing. More or less. Okay, this looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and make sure it's firmly welded to the ground. Or, you know, it looks like it's firmly attached. I'm out of wood, which means you go grab a stack from the great wood pile. Okay. Now, campfire. I don't know for sure where I want to put that. I think right here, actually. What does the Okay, so these aren't particularly large barrels. But I can put them in a row across the back of the building. Or inward a little bit, actually, probably. I need a forge to build these things, so I'll have to bring a forge out here just to place them. I put the mead kettle here. Okay, so, roof. I'm going to put the roof a block and a half in the air, I think. Yet. And then do I want to do a 26 degree or a 45 degree roof? I think we'll do 26 because it'll keep it a little. I'm not trying to build a super tall building. Like that. Hello, Treebeard. I'm out of wood again. Easy fix. Give me that. Can collect all that wood for nothing. Boom. Yeah, that's good. The problem is, of course, I want eaves on the building. So that's the basic roof profile I want. But okay, with the 26 degree roof with eaves. Damn it, I forgot about the problems that causes. How did I solve this issue again? I built a post in the center and then I used a core wood beam to get the right height. How's the bridge going? Currently, the main bridge is in the same state it was yesterday. But the second bridge and its associated path are, as far as I can tell, done. Yeah, this bridge needs some stronger materials to finish it. Because it can't quite bridge that gap. And I just fell into the water. Okay, anyway. I should probably eat some honey so I have a little bit of stamina. Yeah, here's the second bridge. And then we have a nice little sweeping path to the top of the cliffside here that can be used to get the wagon in and out. Eventually I want to run a road from here down to where the edge of the Black Forest somewhere. Or into the middle of the Black Forest somewhere, so I have a good place to get in and out with carts as materials. Yeah, we got a proper bridge going. I'm quite happy with that bridge. This bridge, not so much. If it actually was finished and didn't have a gaping hole in the middle, then I would be pretty happy with it. I do like these triple pillars on either side here, but they just don't provide enough support. So I'm thinking once I get ironwood once I get stone, I'll replace the bases of the pillars with stone. That probably won't provide enough support. by itself. But I don't remember how much. I think cordwood actually provides some more support than stone to a certain point. But if I mix cordwood and stone together, I should get something that might be strong enough that I might be able to bridge that. Failing that, then I'll replace the center pillar with iron reinforced wood, which is a bit expensive and a pain in the butt, but I think I'll have to place a forge out here to do that. But it's doable, and that should get me enough support. And then I'll just put some kind of rail there and finish the bridge deck, and the bridge will be done TM. It won't be high enough to let a long ship through, or a longboat, but the carve can fit underneath it. And that is pretty much what matters to me right now. I don't think I'll ever be bringing longboats down this river because of how narrow it is at the ends. But anyway. Also, we did widen the river up that direction, so we can fit the carve through it now. At some point, I want to take the carve out and sail around whatever is down here. But we'll see. That's probably not going to happen tonight, just because it's not working out that way. I've been too busy with other things. I replaced the roof on the house with one that looks 100% less like a barn. Yeah, that is kind of the plan. I'll build a base out here or out here somewhere, and then the carve will be a riverboat to sail between this place and whatever I end up building the actual main base. Like, I might not put the main base near the end of the river at all. I might just put it someplace completely different. But the carve will be how I get out to the ocean. And then I'll put like another dock or something. We'll see. There's a whole bunch of copper along the riverbanks through here. So I'm probably going to end up mining that eventually, but not today either. It is getting dark. Let's go sleep before we get great dwarves on our ass. Oh, the fire went out. No. Alright. Let's wait for the boar meat to cook and then we'll sleep. I should look through the mod options for the mod that lets you pull stuff out of your inventory to use for crafting, and see if I can set it to not pull for cooking for the roasting racks or whatever. Anyway. I'm pretty sure that the carve is going to end up as a riverboat. Just because of how much work would be involved trying to get anything larger up and down the river. It's just too narrow of a river. Okay. Let's get back to trying to build the new brewery. I need some core wood. I'm not actually gonna, I don't think I'm actually gonna build any part of the building out of core wood. I just need the core wood for tricks. Okay. Now, if I was going to use a 45-degree roof, that'd be all I need to do. I could attach it to that, well, attach it to that, and go up and we'd have nice half-block eaves on the building. That is not going to work, though. Now, a neat little trick I figured out earlier today is that you can use core wood to get a block a quarter of a block taller. So these are 2 meter tall. It gets you, these are about, or maybe exactly, half a meter thick. So you can take core wood. I think it was intended this way so you could use core wood to build a log cabin. Like that. Which is cool. Don't get me wrong. But that is a property that you can use and abuse to get nice looking eaves with 26-degree roofs, which you normally would not be able to do due to missing the ability to get that last little bit of height. Go. Okay, there we go. If it wasn't fast enough, it wasn't going to support properly. Now, we need to have a hole in the roof for smoke from the campfire that's going to be used for making the brewery stuff. And I kind of want to do some kind of let's see. How do I want to do this? I want the campfire to be right here. And I want there to be a sort of internal let's see if I can express what I'm trying to do here. That's too big of a piece. We need the short one. Boom. And then you snap onto the top of that. And I already screwed it up. Could build from there instead. I want to have a internal... Oh, we're going to have to use 45-degree pieces for this, because they don't have... Oh, wait, no, they do. I just missed them. I want to use roof pieces like this, except a little bit lower, to provide the illusion of there being... a sort of hood over the top of it. See what I mean? But these need to be out farther by half a wall length each. That makes any sense. I might want to replace this with 45-degree roof pieces. Purely so that I have more space above it to get the effect that I want. Okay, because this needs to go right here, which means if I do this, then I should actually be able to snap that on like so. And then we remove that. And then you snap on there. This has got to be half a block closer this way though. Damn it. Oh, that's fine. I can do that easily enough. Okay, it's starting to come together. I think. And here's the other problem. I can't get an actual proper hole in the roof without... Part of the reason why I kind of want the hood is because that gets me the hole in the roof that I can use to base the rest of the... Okay, I'll have to put some temporary, hopefully temporary, posts in to support this. I'm going to rotate them 45 degrees off from every other post, purely so that they're nice and visible for deleting later once I have the roof hopefully properly built and supported. Okay, this ring is permanent. That is the base of the chimney. So you can see there's a inner smoke catcher of sorts. Which is massively overbuilt for what it is, but anyway. It does not need to be anywhere close to this large. However, they don't give you smaller sizes of... Yeah, okay, the main roof needs to be 45 degree. Because otherwise we don't have enough room to put... the walls between the layers. If that makes sense. So this got to come off. And that means this internal part is probably incorrectly placed as well due to the height it was chosen for being set based on the 26 degree roof. Because 26 degree roofs are interesting to build. By which I mean they have the issue of... okay, come on. Snap where I want you to snap. There we go. everything's off by a quarter of the wall height instead of a half of the wall height. Half walls are something that Valheim supports quite well. Quarter walls, well, you're in trouble. Okay, that'll look fine. Now, that can go there. That can go there. Those can go there. Okay. Now, yeah, see, this is just like this is a quarter wall higher than what it needs to be. So this all got to come off, which is fine. It'll definitely be a lot easier to build this way, but it will be less interesting. Will be a little less interesting. All right, now, make those a little taller. Once again, those are temporary posts. They will be removed. They're there solely so I can tell where I want to put the bases of things. Okay, that post is there so I can tell where I want to put this. Snap point. I might want to lower this down half a block. Or one full block. Put it here. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Actually, wait, no. What am I thinking? This is not the bottom of the collector, it's the top of the collector. So the question is, do I want to go down half a block? Yes, I do. So those are still wrong, but I don't actually need to do anything special to get the right height. Okay. Now, 26-degree roof pieces. Boom. Boom. And then roof corners, which I don't use very often, but when I do need them, I need them. Go here. Okay. Now, it looks like there is exactly one unit, one standard wall height between that and where the roof connects. Remove those for now. Give me that damn wood. Okay, there we go. Now, put some boards out here to disguise the edge of the thatch. To make it less obvious that these are just roof pieces. Since unfortunately there are no non-roof pieces that are angled. And then we go ahead and put I kind of want the smooth side facing inward, actually. Put some walls up around here. You know, when I set out to build this, I was like, yeah, we're just going to build an open-air pavilion kind of looking thing and call it a day. Yeah, about that. It's an open-air pavilion looking kind of thing, but it, well, these central posts are going to go away too, by the way. Once I get the roof to hold everything up. But it is definitely not a simple one. And I have changed... Actually, no, I have not changed my mind. I do want these to be smooth side inward. Like that. Okay. Now. Now, oh, come on. Get me in there to grab all the wood here. I want smooth side inward again, because this is not going to be visible. Or at least the rest of it won't be visible. And it's night, so let's go sleep. And I'm going to have to repair my hammer soon anyway. Okay. We don't need to make it a terribly tall chimney here, I don't think. Actually, now that I think about this. Okay, this isn't in the center of the building. It is biased to the front of the building. Okay. Yeah, okay. If it was in the center of the building, I might consider doing a not round, but more balanced roof. I do wish they had a piece that could go into the peak and fill it. There kind of is a piece that can go into there. But not really. Alright. Now, let's take this and attach it to here. And then 45-degree roof. Snap to bottom one. Snap to there. That gets us exactly what we need. Snap to top two. Boom. That gets us what we need there as well. Okay, now. Leave those temporary pieces. That into place. Cut that out. Didn't I repair the hammer while I was back at the house? I guess I didn't. Okay, well let's go fix that real quick. Also, there's a piece of temporary scaffolding I forgot to remove earlier. Let's strip that out once I get back. You there, get out of that. Yeah, I don't know. It's not quite turning out the way I imagined it. But also, okay. I want the roof to be taller. I think instead of doing pellet wall and a half height, I should have done 2 wall height. And that would have got me wall and a half height to the end, to the bottom of the eaves. Now it feels too low to the ground here. Because I want to feel a little more open. The rest of this is, I rather like it so far. But also, I kind of want to have this centralized. Because then I can do a 4-sided roof that meets in the center around the chimney. I think that would be a lot cooler. So I'm going to actually tear all of this down. And we're going to start over. We are going to use 45-degree roof for the outer parts. That'll make it nice and easy. We are going to put the fireplace in the middle, which is also going to make it easier. I could make it larger than a single fireplace, but I don't think I'm going to. Because this is just going to be a brewery. In the future, I am going to remodel this when I get the larger fireplace. I will remodel it to fit the larger fireplace. But right now, we don't have that, so that's not going to happen. Alright. Now, you need to go there. And the snap bottom center onto that. Okay. There's the main roof segment. Oops. Get out of there. Put all the roof pillars in. I'm gonna see if I can make it so that these are the only pillars in the building. And then we're going to put in the false ceiling here. I'm going to go ahead and add that now. Okay. And then off that false ceiling, we have our, quote, smoke collector, end quote. I'm actually going to put half walls around the inside of it, like this, because that'll help disguise the edges of the thatch on those interior pieces much better than anything else I could do for that, I think. Yeah, you can't even hardly, well, you can kind of tell there's a thatch there, I guess. But if I were to also put actually, I got an even better idea. Yeah. No, that's not worth it. Okay. Nothing you can do to quite hide the raggedy edges of the thatch. Maybe someday we will have a building material that doesn't have raggedy edges for roof pieces. I think there is a shingle roof piece eventually. Not sure what kind of material it uses to build though. Okay. Now we do smooth side in, because that's what's going to look the best here, I think. I am going to put beams around the center, because that's going to look nice. It'll tie those beams coming into the center from the corners neatly together. Okay. That's quite nice. Now, we build the actual roof over this place. Looks good. Hello, Kirk. All right. You have arrived just in time to see the brewery really start to take shape. Okay, then the last corner piece. Like so. Well, the last corner piece for the bottom circle anyway. Alright, with that bottom circle in place, the rest of this is going to be super easy to build. At least in theory. Hammer broke again. Repair that real quick. Okay. Boom. And you rotate like so. And I'm out of wood. Okay. You really used all that wood? Well, it's a good thing we collected a bunch of it. Alright, now for the corners. Bottom center. For easiest snapping. Alright, now we have to get up top there so I can work on it. This is going to be non-trivial. I have just realized that, yeah, this is going to be a pain in the butt to get this last little bit together. I'm gonna have to. Okay, maybe not. So that might not be so bad. Because I do have quarter. Can use half walls, I think, to get this to exactly the right height. Because I am using, if it was 22 degree or 26 degree roofs, we would be having to do core wood shenanigans, I think, but with 45, yeah, shouldn't be too bad with 45s, unless I just had a terrible thought. Maybe this won't work with the 45. Okay, it looks like it worked. I can't see. Damn it. I think that's correct. It's so hard to make out. It just looks like one giant shaggy mass. I suppose that'll make it hard to see any errors if there are any, which is good and bad. Mostly bad, I'm perfectly honest. Okay. Also, it's getting dark, which definitely doesn't help. Okay, I don't think there's any holes now. Let's run around down here and see if there's any egregious, obvious error. Oh, that's definitely wrong. Yeah, look at that. That angle is most certainly not straight. Okay, that is the correct angle, but I grabbed the 22 instead of the 45. There we go. That is the correct angle. Okay, let's go up top and fix that real quick, and then we gotta go sleep. I want top center selected. Stop sliding down, damn you. Get on that edge. Oh, fine. I could put a torch up there for light, or I could just wait for day too, or sleep until day. Right now I'm just being stubborn. I want to get this little bit finished. That is in no way, shape, or form correct. Alright, let's go sleep. I can't see well enough to be sure of what's going on. Alright. The sun will be up shortly. It's already brighter than it was. Now. That should be it. Looks correct. Okay, the roof looks correct now, finally. Alright. We have the totally unnecessary smoke catcher thingy. And I just need to grab a couple stones. Only day 75, good progress then? I don't know if I would call it good progress. We're definitely not going very quickly. Alright. Now, I need to build a temporary forge out here. So I need 4 coal, 6 copper, and then I need 12 copper, 4 coal, 4 tin, 2 leather. 12 copper, 4 coal, 4 tin. Let's grab our tin, our copper, our coal. I am overweight. I am still overweight. I don't need stone anymore, I don't think. Wait, stone doesn't go in there. Stone goes in here. Okay, what else did I need? Leather scraps. 2 leather scraps. And 4... Okay. 4 stone. 2 leather scraps? Yes. Okay. We should have everything now. Just slap down a forge so I can build the stuff in here. We put a mead kettle. I'm going to stick it right over the middle for now. If I want to build a second one later, I can. But we can make mead bases. Minor healing, poison resistance, minor stamina, and tasty. Looks like we should really start gathering more berries. Okay, the other thing that I was going to build was a fermenter. For that I need 5 bronze and 30 fine wood and 10 resin. Okay. I think I have enough bronze just on hand. Here, actually, I'm lazy. I'm 1 bronze short. Alright, let's make some more bronze then. If I build this, and then immediately deconstruct it, that effectively teleports the stuff I need to my inventory. Then, need wood. Slowly eating into the wood pile of doom. I didn't grab that wood. Probably because it was too heavy. Together with the rest of the crap we were carrying. Let's drop the core wood there for now. I'll come back and pick it up in a second. Alright. Eventually I'd kind of like to have a fermenter in every corner, facing inward like this. But for now, I really only have the materials to make one. I'm elevating them because, I don't know, I just might as well put the tap at tappable level. Okay. The poison resistance will be very helpful for when we get around to exploring. Owl. Okay, there we go. Alright, the poison will be very helpful for when I get around to visiting the swamp, which is not going to happen just right away. Do I have any stuff out there that needs to be collected? No. Let's harvest the honey. Look at that. I should replant the carrots. I don't feel like replanting the carrots. I'm going to wait until I have a mod for that, which will be soon. Okay. Now, What is next? Kind of need to go get more tin because I need a, well, okay, what is the actual state of my metal stocks? Copper's low, tin is lower. Yeah, I need to go get more tin. So the best place I know of to get tin is down here, just inland from Sea Shack. I think we're going to take the boat and we're going to sail down here and do some tin collecting. So, let's go get the boat. Yeah, I do rather like the brewery. Also, you aren't needed anymore, because construction is finished. I did not actually put a roof over top of the smoke hole, which means we won't be able to use this while it's raining. That's probably fine. I've got enough food. We should be fine on that front. I should actually eat some food, but... let's go ahead and back out of the boathouse. I am going to do a little bit of work to this area. I should have done a long time ago. Unfortunately, I could not find a mod that would let us replace removed what are you gonna call them? Cattails or lily pads. So if we lose any of these, they're gone forever. But these need to go because they're right in the middle of where I want to bring the boat out. There's not many games that actually really attempt to generate nice rivers. Vintage Story makes a pretty good try. Well, like, that's a block voxel game, so... but yeah, most don't even think about it, really. Okay, this is just deep enough. If I remove this rock, which apparently I'm partially removed and didn't get it completely. There we go. And then this rock probably doesn't actually need to go. This little island here is a bit of an issue, but I can sail around it without too much trouble. Alright, let's go back and get the boat. I've widened out the most important things to be enlarged, and deepened the most important things to be deepened. This thing is very shallow draft, so... yep, wrong way. So we back up into this little inlet. Not quite that far, though. And now that we deep into this channel slightly, we should just be able to turn into it. And we shouldn't scrape the bottom when we go right through here like we normally do. And if I sail straight ahead, we should just miss the sandbar off to our side there and be out into the open river. And the only part of this river that is wide enough to matter at all. Like if this was the main part of the river, oh yeah, you could bring a longboat in here, no problem, it'd be great. Yeah, except it gets narrow very quickly. I'm going to sail down this way a little bit, just for the down a little bit. That's not actually the way we want to go, though. Just got to sail down here and then turn around. While it's still wide enough to do so. But we widened out this end of the river, so we could actually sail out to the sea that way. It's just to bring us out on the wrong side of the island from where we want to end up. You can see how quickly it narrows down, and it gets worse the farther in you go. Like here in the main channel, you can actually sail if you want to. So we could sail quite easily from here to the bridge, but not far past the bridge it gets real narrow as well. Although not quite as bad as it does out the other way. And we will have to drop sail. Or raise sail, I guess. Speaking of fish, there are a pretty decent number of fish in this river. So once I find the merchant and get the fishing rod, like there's one right there, we should be able to fish off the bank. We'll park the boat out in the middle and fish. I have a couple of fish from when we were widening out the area. Just barely squeak underneath the bridge. If we wanted to bring a longboat in, this widening out the river wouldn't be that hard. Right there, that bump out would be one thing we'd have to cut out. And then we could make some modifications out here. There's some rocks and stuff that would probably have to go. But it's relatively deep, relatively wide through here. Just nip off some of these bits that stick out. Maybe cut a few banks back a little bit. And you could probably bring a longboat in if you were desperate enough to do so. But it'd be easier to build a port at the end of the river and just sail out there with the carve. By the time we get a longboat coming in and out of here anyway, we'll be close to portals, or have portals already. And then the only time we would want to sail anything up and down the river would be if we were hauling metals in and out. And by that point, I'll be wanting to build a new base anyway. Because that's not going to be a permanent base. That's our base until I find a better place to build a base. Our stuff that I want to have close to the spawn base. Eventually when I find a nice chunk of plains, or something close to a swamp, or just generally a nicer place to live as far as access to the resources I need, I'll likely build another base. After all, 3/4 of the fun of this game is building anyway, so the excuse is to build more bases? Oh no. Please don't. Alright, I think I can sail through here. I know I sailed through here with the raft before, and the carve is honestly narrower and shallower drafts, I think, than the raft is. So we should be able to get through without too much effort. It's going to be night soon, which I don't like. Also, it's 10:38, which means we should... I'm going to sail down to the sea shack and we'll call it there, probably. For now, we're on open enough ocean, we can drop the sails and go a little faster. Did I bring a torch? Hell no, why would I bring a torch? I already sailed the raft through here, so I've carved some areas deeper. Worst case, you might have to get out and push yourselves over a sandbar or something. But we shouldn't have to. Assuming we don't run into any rocks. Okay, I remember this lovely little corner. The carb should be able to make this with no trouble at all. If you could only have one boat. Okay, watch out for the rocks, damn it. If you could only have one boat, I'm not sure if I would pick the carb or the longboat. The longboat would definitely be a lot faster and a lot handier in the ocean. You'd be a lot less likely to capsize. I'm not even sure if it's possible to capsize in the longboat. I know it's possible to capsize in the carb. But also the carb, you can get right into shore, no problem. Super shallow draft, you just skim right over top of stuff. So the sea shack, I do have wood on me, right? Yes, I do. Okay, the sea shack has a bed in it, a fire in the front. We can just stop and spend the night there, no problem. My sails are shoving me into the bank. This I dug. I had to get out and push the raft over top of all of this. It's not very deep. It was not deep enough that the raft could sail through, but I think the carb maybe can. Okay. Can I get in the damn boat? Okay, lovely. And then the sea shack is right over there. Okay. This is just, as its name may suggest, a little shack right on the edge of the shore. It doesn't have a dock or anything, but we can beach the boat. I'm not sure if beaching the boat is a good idea, mind you. Well, there's the raft. I abandoned it here for good reason. See if I can shove it into there a little bit. If a storm comes up, this thing's going to get beat against the bottom, but yeah, hopefully we'll survive that. What do I have in this chest? Oh, just some random materials. Gotta dry out by the fire. Take a quick nap. I don't know why that boat makes scary noises whenever you're close to it and sleeping. But even if it is perfectly afloat, it still sounds like it's going to die. Speaking of which, we should probably repair it. Yeah, so the shack has a workbench in the back of it. So you can do basic tool repair. It's nothing fancy, but it works. The reason we're here... Black Forest over here, and over here. And there's this big internal pond right here. Tons of tin in that area. But that is for later. Specifically, I think next weekend. There we go. Tomorrow is Monday, and that means Crab Champions. Yeah. Should enslave some chat members to do my mining? This save's gonna stay single player. Maybe someday I'll do a multiplayer Valheim server. But if I do, it's gonna be a dedicated server. And I might add an evil twist. Because I think it would be funny to do a multiplayer server where the map is turned off. Anyway. Few minimal mods maybe. But mostly vanilla. No map. Otherwise default settings. Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm not entirely sure. There's a couple things that might happen. Thursday, we will continue with our Far Cry 2 run. And then Friday will be EDF. And next Saturday and Sunday will be more Valheim. I have a feeling that Valheim is going to run for quite a while, because if I continue at my nice glacial pace, spending 10 days building for every day I go collecting resources, we will be at it for a while. But anyway. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to kill the final bosses in Valheim. I don't know how far we'll get. We're going to go until I get bored. And I do not care about anything other than building. Any progression I make will be in service of unlocking new building pieces. Anyway. Let's see. Is anyone on the old follow list doing anything tonight? It does not look like it. Okay, well. Boring bastards. Yeah. I did notice that Wasted streaming? What is he streaming? Dead Zone Rogue. What the hell is that? Nah. I don't think we're anybody. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for crab shenaniganry. Assuming things go well, I should get prismatic rank tomorrow, which would be nice. Survey already has prismatic rank because he plays a ton by himself, and I think Dread is 2 weapons or I'm 1. So either both me and Dread will get prismatic, or just I will. We'll see. Or neither of us if we have a large enough skill issue, I guess. But yeah, that's tomorrow. For tonight, I will see you all later. Good night, and goodbye.